your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Yes, on a Friday. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. Man, oh man, the stretch continues, or the streak continues of as soon as the show ends, really, really big news happens. And I was actually downstairs schmoozing with the sales team. And as I was schmoozing with the sales team, okay, I got a text from Kyle Ledbetter, right? And honestly, it came through in one of my text threads that I have muted. Most of my texts are muted. So I saw it there briefly, and then I got the text from Kyle. Kyle says it continues as Micah Parsons is now a Green Bay Packer. I think Jerry is a hilarious individual, a very rich individual, and a very hilarious individual to watch what he said and how he reacted to everything, calling Micah Michael a couple times. That was funny. And I was just really surprised that Jerry allowed Micah to go to another franchise like the Green Bay Packers. So you are a Dallas fan and you've lost Luka and you've lost Micah. I don't think there's any comparison between the two. And by the way, as far as feeling bad for Dallas fans, Cowboys fans aren't even from Dallas. So I don't even know how to compare the two. Mavs fans are from Dallas, but Cowboys fans, you can find them anywhere. So it's hard to feel bad for them. I feel bad for Dallas fans. I don't feel bad for Cowboys fans. Okay, that's how I would put it. So we have a comparison for you that we will get to. I recently became a Devin Carter fan, but I grinded some film. Whitey told me to grind this film. Kyle told me to grind this film. And I don't know. It's almost as if Thursdays, I spend my time. Thursday nights, I stay up late. It's New Music Friday. And I find myself, as I'm grinding my new music, also grinding tape on some random player. And Olivier Maxence Prosper, brother, come on down. Come on down. The handle at 6'8". So we have a Devin Carter, Maxence Prosper conversation that we are going to get to. Marcus Thompson calls the Kings the most confusing team heading into 2026. We also have another point guard, a young point guard that I think is going to be stymied in his situation that the Kings could go get. It's Friday, so we got an in style, out of style. But I think I'm burying the lead here. And this is something I found out, because like I said, reading is important. Something that I found out after rereading an email that I received, something that I found out, and I want to share it with all of you today regarding the paternity leave situation, because I've been saying we've been counting down the dates. So not to get too far into the weeds, basically the paternity leave starts when the baby gets here, right? So that's when the leave starts. So I have a due date, but for example, my first child, she was a week late. So in that situation, if I were working here, I would have been here for an extra week until we are in the hospital preparing for everything to go down. So there is a good chance. Look, anything could happen. I could be gone this weekend, or I could be here and I pray for my wife's sake that this isn't the case, or I could be here for another week and a half, right? Because it would be a week from the due date where, hey, okay, let's get this baby out of here. So unless the baby shows up, we are doing the show until the baby actually shows up. And hopefully that's not a week and a half from now. So just some logistics I wanted to break down for you. It is not based on that due date unless the baby is actually here. So if you hear me, and I already talked to HR, I already talked to our fearless leader, Jose. So if you hear me on Wednesday, do not be surprised, okay? All right, you could be surprised because that would be the actual due date. But if you hear me past Wednesday, that just means nothing has happened, and just pray for my wife. That's what that means. If you hear me past Wednesday, just pour something out for Allen's wife. That's what that means.
Yes.
Okay?
But so from my vantage point, I was prepared for okay, Wednesday's going to be the first day of a new show, but literally no matter what, we're going to have red alert Allen text, hey, wife just went into labor, we're out,
That's
kind
the
of situation.
Yes, that's pretty much the only way this happens, unless we make it all the way to the extra week.
I was rooting for, okay, she's going to make it to the due date. We're going to have a nice smooth transition. We can say goodbye to Allen. Now I have to turn on notifications on my phone at all times to find out who's doing it.
That's how I always wanted it to be. You know that. I want to rush out of here, go downstairs, and have the sales team say, good luck.
No, that's a different thing. You wanted it to happen on the air.
Yeah.
It could happen at 10 o'clock p.m. on a Thursday night, and I'm waking up the next morning to 17 texts about who's doing the show.
That's right. So just wanted to give you that update. Huge news on the Keegan Murray front. That's coming up at 11. All right, so I just got this information. This happened, I don't know, as I was walking into Crosstalk. So I got this information about the Keegan Murray update. That is coming up at 11. You do not want to miss that. Also, like I said, we're going to discuss some players that are getting ready for their second draft, whether they know it or not. Olivier Maxence Prosper. Technically, it's more than a second draft because he was technically on the Kings for a hot second. So we'll talk about Olivier, but there is another guy, a point guard, that I was a little bit confused about, but he might be next up in the second draft category. Actually, 2 point guards, okay? Both from the same draft, both slightly undersized. And when Bones Highland is getting a call from the Minnesota Timberwolves, he cooks every summer. Every summer, Bones Highland, he has a crazy stretch, just destroying pro-AM players, and everybody wonders why Bones Highland isn't in the league, and I've always wondered that. He's kind of that two-guard Malik Monk-esque type player, but I've always wondered, we do this every time with Bones Highland. Now, the Timberwolves are interested in Bones Highland, and like I said, more of a two-guard than a one, but it makes me wonder what is going on with Rob Dillingham. What is going on with Rob Dillingham? Maybe they're completely separate, and to that point, the Timberwolves, they do need scoring. I'm the one that always says the Timberwolves don't have enough scoring, but some of these guys, as we're wondering what's going on with the Devin Carters of the world, dudes like that, you get old in this league quick. Ask Jake LaRavia. If it wasn't for Austin Reeves, that interview we did with Austin Reeves, he'd still be in Sacramento. So this stuff happens quick. Rob Dillingham, what's going on there in Minnesota as they're looking to bring in Bones Highland, who has bounced around. Look, whenever I watch him, incredibly talented, but he's bounced around, I assume, for a reason. So a couple of young point guards that we want to talk about, because Dennis Schroeder is not going to be on the Kings forever. He might not even be on the Kings more than 2 years. All of that to discuss, of course, with you, 916-339-1140. Justin Moore tickets, one more chance. That's coming up at 1 o'clock. So Justin Moore tickets, we have that for you. We want to follow up on the defensive conversation that we had with Brendan Nunez yesterday, and just how bad DeMar DeRozan is based on the B-ball index, okay? Funny enough, there is a bigger name on this list, technically worse than DeMar DeRozan. So we have that list for you, and yes, the spoiler is that DeMar DeRozan is on it, but I won't tell you who else is on it. The bottom 5 in primary defender involvement rate. These players guard the ball the least. So DeMar DeRozan is on that list. We will tell you where he is on that list and the other players that are also on that list. Like we said, in style, out of style coming up for you towards the end of the show. And we still have the segment that we're going to cook, even if, because I am going to be gone at some point, what will happen in the sports world while Allen is away. This was a Kyle special. What will happen with Jonathan Kuminga, Russell Westbrook, Malik Monk, Devin Carter, Will there be another NBA player traded? Giannis, what will happen with the Raiders, the Patriots, the Chargers, Commanders, the Bears, and what will happen with the Niners? So that 1 o'clock hour is going to be a lot of fun, but of course still sports focused as always, unless somebody wants to talk about illegal fishing in Natomas. And who would want to do that on Fishing Friday, if you will? But start
not
here,
in North Natomas.
But not in North Natomas and not illegal. I went on a run yesterday. I did not see anybody. At this point, I really don't want to see people.
So
okay?
when you go on your runs, I know we're avoiding that park now. We're going to the big one,
yes.
But it's cooler now, so we don't have to worry about it. But do you go on runs do you avoid that spot now?
Not technically, or I haven't specifically. The last time it was probably last week, and I saw two guys. They looked to be high schoolers, and they were leaving. They had their fishing rods, but they were leaving. So, I didn't catch them in the act. And I'm running. I need to keep myself busy, so I'm running. So I'm not going to stop. No more video, and I got in trouble from the listeners. So no more video. I just saw them, and it's just a mental head shake. It's a mental head shake. Keep it pushing. That's where I'm at.
You're on patrol.
I'm on patrol, but I'm not telling anyone besides our dear listeners here from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. So this is the big question that everybody is asking regarding the Dallas Mavericks and the Dallas Cowboys. What was the bigger hit? Micah Parsons being traded from the Cowboys or Luka Doncic being traded from the Mavs? This is not even a question to me, right? Is there anybody that can convince me that it's Micah? Because no. I don't think this is in the same stratosphere at all.
Let me ask you a question, Allen. If you had to pick, what would you say is the most impactful transactions? Like pick 3 or 4 of the last 25 years of NBA basketball. It's probably LeBron decision, Kevin Durant going to the Warriors. Yeah. Number 3, Luka getting traded, right? Like in that sport where one player matters that much, the Luka trade was completely unprecedented. At least with Micah Parsons, as shocking as it is, it's like we've seen players get traded for 2 first-round picks. We've seen defensive players get traded for 2 first-round picks.
Yeah, I don't even think it's close. And I heard a lot of people, you got to do the thing. I get it, right? They were the 2 biggest stars. Because Micah, it's funny how you look at things differently now that he's traded and now that you see the fallout. Yeah, Micah was the biggest star on that Cowboys team. And I don't know how close it really was. I mean, I always joke about, certain players that, whether they're outgoing or not. I mean, I've heard CeeDee Lamb say 2 words, maybe. And Dak is the quarterback, but Dak is a bit of a meme at this point. And Dak's got one of the worst PRs in the NFL. We always joke about bad PR in the NBA because Dak is a good quarterback, right? But he probably got overpaid. And he just has bad PR because he has not won in the biggest situations. So just because of that, Dak is probably more of a household name. I always use my mom or somebody's grandma. My mom doesn't follow football at all. But if you ask me, Allen, who does your mom know if you were to say Dak Prescott and Micah Parsons? It probably would be Dak, but I still think this is a very interesting case where that typical rule doesn't count the same way. I think Micah was still the bigger star, even if Dak Prescott is still a bigger household name. Or I could say Micah was on a more meteoric rise than Dak Prescott.
I think the way you're trying to say it is like Dak is the biggest star, but because it's football and because he's the quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys, of course he's going to be a bigger star and more famous. Yeah. Micah Parsons was the best player on the Cowboys, like most valuable. Oh,
without a doubt. Without a doubt. But I'm saying even star power wise, I think it was close. I think it was close.
Yeah. I think that's it's not the quarterback of the defense, but it is the pass rusher is the more recognizable position on the defensive side of the ball. It's not like I'm thinking of like Jamal Adams on the Jets when he got traded. And it was like, oh, it's a shocking trade. They gave up 2 first-round picks. But like, I don't think people really knew Jamal Adams outside of like the football space.
No.
Micah Parsons, because of the position he plays, might have been one of the 3. Like if you just think defensive player in the NFL, he was probably one of the first 3 names that you mentioned. Beyond the Watts, he's probably right there with them, Myles Garrett, and if you're a real football person, probably Max Crosby.
Right. Adam Schefter Jerry Jones did the press conference, and it was just hilarious. This gives us a chance to be a better team than we've had the last several years. And I'm not even going to say I saw Kirk Herbstreit essentially defending Jerry Jones and the thought process. It's not even that the thought process is incorrect. I think when you're the Cowboys, you trying to make the argument that this was we're still building to something. That's the issue. You've paid Dak a lot of money. You've paid CeeDee Lamb a lot of money. You're supposed to pay Micah based on where you're at. You don't not pay Micah for a couple rookies, because the same thing we talk about in the NBA all the time. Your timelines are way off. I get it. You can get a high impact rookie in the first round, and you got 2 first rounders and a solid player from the Packers. But Jerry, look, there's time is not on your side, Jerry, and I mean that from the Cowboys' perspective specifically. But time is not really on your side. So for you to make that's something you say. And I saw Khalil Mack was was really the only situation where a team traded away a high-level defensive player in that way. But the Raiders, they had and the Raiders, I think, traded Khalil Mack too early, but it was that same kind of argument. You're supposed to be win now. If you went and got Shador, or if you were in a position to get Arch Manning, something like that, and you didn't just pay CD, then this wouldn't look crazy. If you were a team that was built, I don't even want to say rebuilding, but on the way up and trying to build to something, you're supposed to be win now. That's what you sell. That's why that's why people, the worst spent money I think you can cook up. And I know they make so much money off of this NFL ticket. The worst spent money in the world is a Cowboys fan that is not in Dallas. So majority of Cowboys fans, a Cowboys fan that buys NFL ticket. What, you're buying NFL ticket to watch the 4 games against the Jaguars, the Falcons, and whoever else, because they're prime time 80% of their season. So why do you need to buy NFL ticket? This is why you're everywhere, Jerry. So the Lakers, the Celtics, the Yankees, you can't rebuild. You can't do that. And even if you, and I don't even say that you can't do that. You definitely can't do that after you paid Dak the most expensive contract besides Deshaun Watson's garbage, and CeeDee Lamb, you cashed him out. So you can try to sell this how you want, Jerry, and that's why you're in your position that you're in, because you are a salesman and you're a dang good one. But I'm not buying it, and I don't think anybody outside of Kirk Herbstreit is buying it.
Okay, so I'm not going to defend it, but the more time has passed, the more I can see the vision for what the Cowboys are doing. The problem is they're going to try and win with Dak and CeeDee Lamb, and they're not going to do that. But
they're the Kings.
Yeah, and you mentioned Khalil Mack. There are other examples, too. The Jaguars traded Jalen Ramsey in his prime. The Jets traded Jamal Adams for 2 first-round picks in his prime. Like, there have been a bunch of examples of trades like this. Mm-hmm. But the other part of it, going back to the Raiders example, the Raiders traded Khalil Mack for basically 2 firsts, but then they also traded Amari Cooper, and they also traded Rodney Hudson, who was a Pro Bowl center at the time, and they let go of all the veterans with a concerted effort to get younger and rebuild. Now, they messed up basically every draft pick of that rebuild,
right?
But they made a concerted effort to be bad. when the Jaguars traded Jalen Ramsey, which I think they got back like Travis Etienne and basically nothing else in that trade, they were bad enough to get Trevor Lawrence, a franchise quarterback. When the Jets traded Jamal Adams, they then were bad enough to get the number 2 pick in the draft, which they wasted on Zach Wilson, but same idea. They
Go Cougars.
Huh?
Go Cougars?
Go Cougars?
Yes.
Oh, BYU.
Yes, exactly.
That's right.
BYU, yes.
BYU is the Cougars, right?
Yes.
Anyways, the point is, if you're going to do this, you got to lean all the way in, because the only way, or I shouldn't say the only way, because they drafted Micah Parsons late in the middle of the first round. Your best chance of getting another Micah Parsons is by having the number 1 pick or the number 4 pick in a draft that has generational talents. And I just don't think the Cowboys are going to do that, because they have Dak Prescott, CeeDee Lamb, a bunch of good offensive linemen, and are probably going to be one of the 8 NFL teams that wins 7 games.
Yeah. So look, and this was the whole thing before they paid Dak. I know Raider fans remember, before they paid Dak, the conversation was, do they not want to pay Dak? And I think around this time is when Shador, it was one of the quarterbacks, it might have been Shador, but did Jerry want Shador? And are the Cowboys not going to pay Dak? And maybe the Raiders would get Dak Prescott, or Dak would be available for trade. Then they ended up paying Dak. I don't know. I don't know what the market is for Dak right now. I think it would be pretty healthy, even though Dak has a healthy contract. But that's kind of where you're headed. And again, there are no jokes being made here, but Jerry's age is his age. So you want to see a Super Bowl before you take the big sleep, as the kids say. I don't really think you're supposed to be looking at a rebuild right now.
Well, it's tough because, again, we talked about all of this is to sell Jerry's Netflix documentary, and it
went too far. It went too far.
Well, maybe Jerry's just getting fond daydreams of Herschel Walker and is like the way to fix.
That's what he said. That's what he said during the presser.
Yeah, but that's stupid. You can't base yourself on that situation when all you got back is 2 probably lower level first round picks. If the Packers aren't going to have a top 10 pick, then your best shot at having that turnaround is to go to the top of the draft. Because what people don't talk about with the Herschel Walker situation is they spent the number 1 pick in the draft on Troy Aikman, and the next year got the number 1 pick in the draft again, right? So you have to be bad.
You gotta be bad. And I said, the big sleep.
They might be. They might be bad before Jerry takes the big sleep. But
we'll send Dak on over. Red Rover. Send Dak right on over.
But here's the problem, though.
You
can try and be bad, but Jameis Winston's over there on the Giants like, you want to see bad?
Nah, man.
I'll show you bad.
Look, don't get me started on Jackson Dart, best name possibly in the NFL. I think that if the Cowboys want to be bad, they can be bad. I just don't know if they have the stones to actually do it. When we return, yesterday was fascinating because I think I became a Devin Carter fan. Let's discuss. Allen Stiles, Sac Sports.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my 2 sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-894-3737. 800-894-3737. That's 800-894-3737.
Mint is still $15 a month for premium wireless. And if you haven't made the switch yet, here are 15 reasons why you should. 1, it's $15 a month. 2, seriously, it's $15 a month. 3, no big contrast. 4, I use it. 5, my mom uses it. Are you playing me off? That's what's happening, right? Okay.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, $15 per month equivalent required. New customer offer first 3 months only. Then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram and Woodland. Chad, what's going on for the Make This the summer sales event?
Now is the time to enjoy all California has to offer, and what better way than a brand new 2025 Jeep Wrangler? And right now you can save up to $10,000 off MSRP. Don't miss your chance to save on one of America's best-selling SUVs.
What's to say here about 50 vehicles under 20 grand?
Yes, at the Hoblet Certified Pre-Owned Supercenter, we have nearly 200 vehicles in stock, including Hemis, diesels, heavy duties, 4x4s, and 50 under $20,000. So whatever you're looking for, you can find it at Hoblet. We're a 5th-generation family dealer, and when you buy from Hoblet, you're treated like family because you become family. Don't miss our award-winning customer service and some of the best prices you will find on the truck of your dreams.
Search, select, and save through their whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
10,000 total net savings on select new 2025 Jeep Wrangler Rubicon X after 5,000 factory rebates and 5,000 dealer discounts. 3 this net savings. Sample VIN 622117. See dealer for details.
Thunder, feel the thunder. It's the energy all around you. Lightning and the thunder. The thrill of the moments to come. The flash of lights. The rush of pure exhilaration. Thunder. The roar of the crowd. See it, hear it. Feel it. Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Feel the thunder.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 18 years of age and older that are residents of California and who reside in one of the 6 counties that make up the Sacramento metro area, unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest are not eligible to win, unless the station otherwise specifies in its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 30 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. For a copy of the general contest rules, visit khdk.com.
Stockton Honda cranks up the savings with amazing deals during the Honda Summer Event happening now. Whether you're shopping new or pre-owned, you'll find unbeatable selection, serious savings, and top dollar for your trade. From quick crosstown drives to full-blown road trips. Wherever you're headed, Stockton Honda is ready to help you get there in style. Start your summer adventures at Stockton Honda or StocktonHonda.com.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Do you recognize me through your half-cut eyes when I'm just a stranger in your apartment? Do you recognize me when the daylight burns just
Allen Stiles.
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140
on Sacktown Sports.
I just got a text, and this is from my mother, okay? She says, I have heard the name Dak Prescott, but I have no idea who he is or what sport he plays. I said, okay, have you heard of Micah Parsons? And she says, I'm not sure if I have. Who is he? The name Micah does ring a bell, but that might be because it's in the Bible. So
we answered the question.
Yeah, so there you go. It was Dak Prescott, and that's what I thought. I thought it was going to be Dak Prescott.
Also, hello, Mama Stiles.
Yeah, she's riding around listening to the Allen Stiles Show. Appreciate her. She'll call in one of these days. I'm pretty sure she will do that. 916-339-1140. And yesterday was quite the day because sometimes you need a situation to reveal itself in order to show what you believe and what you think about a person or thing when you didn't believe that before, or you hadn't thought about that in the same way. And I'm talking about Devin Carter. So a lot has been said about when the Devin Carter draft has been taken. I don't believe I've ever had the opportunity to interview Devin Carter. I don't believe so. So I haven't gotten to interview Devin Carter He was drafted. I wanted Dalton Connect. That just is what it is. And it's not that I wanted Dalton Connect over Devin Carter. I wasn't even thinking about Devin Carter. So all of that is very much understood, right? That's all on the tape. Everybody knows, okay? It's all on record. Then all of a sudden yesterday, you realize a certain line, right, that you're not wanting to cross before you know that you didn't want to cross it. So I'm going to talk about a trade regarding Devin Carter or including Devin Carter today. But there are certain things I'm willing to do and not willing to do. So Devin Carter, okay, he gets talked about, and this was Jake Fisher, that the Kings would be more likely to move Devin Carter in order to make move for Russell Westbrook than Malik Monk. And I read it, and the first thing I thought was, oh, okay, cool. You know, if that's what they want to do. Then I started thinking, now, hold on. Hold on. So you're giving up on a 23-year-old that has shown some flashes for 1 year of 36-year-old Russell Westbrook. Make him 34. Make Russell Westbrook 34. And this is a different conversation. Make him 35. You can make him 35 and maybe we would have that conversation. But Russell Westbrook at 36 years old, giving up on Devin Carter for that, for one season of dog, for 2 more wins according to Fanspo. That was the moment I found out what my line is with Devin Carter. You can move him if you want, and when it comes to a bigger deal, you can move him if you want, as we are going to discuss later when it comes to a high-level 6'8" dude that can handle the rock and has extremely intense athleticism, defends the basketball as well. You can move him for that. But for Russell Westbrook, you dang near just made me a Devin Carter fan. And I shouldn't say that I'm not a Devin Carter fan, but a Devin Carter defender, which is not something I thought I would be at this point in time. And I get it. You got Keon, you got Neek. You have other guys that do some of these things. I don't care. Then figure out which one of them is going to be the best. Let them fight it out. If he's got to go back to Stockton for another season, let him go back to Stockton. People said, Allen, you brought up that maybe he doesn't want to play nice. Maybe there's been a conversation. I don't know that. I just came to that conclusion based on this thought process. Because I don't know that. I have not been told that. But moving off of Devin Carter for 1 year, or at least assumed 1 year, of Russell Westbrook, who's getting no other calls, that is where I draw the line. That doesn't make any sense to me. And if it makes sense to you, 916-339-1140, we can have that conversation. But I am not understanding this at all. I'm not understanding this at all. Funny enough, as we were talking with Whitey Gleason and Chris Watkins, I got to catch some of Throwback Thursday, Whitey and Watkins. But during our crosstalk, I said, why in a weird way, it makes more sense to move Malik Monk for Russell Westbrook than Devin Carter. It's all about the future. It's all about the future. If you feel like Russell Westbrook is your guy, it sounds insane to come out of my mouth, who Allen Stiles, his favorite player is Malik Monk on the Kings. And if I bought a jersey, I don't have a jersey, but if I bought a jersey for me or my wife, or a jersey, she loves the jerseys, it would be Malik Monk, the pizza guy. And on this day,
I'm a pizza guy.
It feels insane for me to say I would rather move Malik Monk for Russell Westbrook than Devin Carter.
Well, because it's not about what Malik Monk is as a player. It's about the flexibility of what you can do outside of moving Malik Monk's contract too, right? You free up $18 million to potentially re-sign Keon Ellis, sign another forward, do other things, have some trade exceptions, things like that, which is probably why they were trying to just move Malik Monk for Dennis Schroeder back in July. But that's, again, part of the conversation. I think the other part of it is an understanding that this thing is, in the long run, going to get worse before it gets better. So why would you trade the aforementioned 23-year-old shooting guard who is a former lottery pick that has only played 400 minutes in the NBA? And I get that none of that is about Devin Carter's actual skill set. That's fine when we're just talking about Russell Westbrook. It doesn't matter anything about, Devin Carter's shoulder injury or what he actually brings on the floor. It's a 23-year-old former lottery pick who has only played 400 minutes in the NBA. It's hard to justify giving up on that.
Here would be my, I guess, priority list, if you will. Not doing anything, right? It would be leaving things as is, because I don't even know if I'd want to waive Terrence Davis for Russell Westbrook. I don't know that I would want to do that. So probably number one would be just to not do anything. And I'm just going to do process of elimination. If there's things that I cannot do. So, hey, no, you can't do anything. You have to do something. Okay, well, then I would say let's just waive Terrence Davis and add Russell Westbrook. Okay, you're not able to do that either. That's not allowed. All right. Then I would move Malik Monk. Malik Monk would come up on my list first to acquire Russell Westbrook than Devin Carter would. And that might sound insane, but just based on how this league works, right? If I have to do it, which I don't want to. Like I said, those first two options, I would rather do those first two options. But if those first two options are not available and you have to, Russell Westbrook has to be on the team or you will lose your job, okay? And you cannot feed your family. And Allen, you need diaper money times 2, even though baby number 1's on pull-ups now. Great job. Then I would say I would go Malik Monk before Devin Carter. Just based on how this is going to work, because I think that there's just more clashing that happens if you keep both of them. I know I've joked about the Spartacus at the guard position. I don't need to see that. If that's what they want to do, cool, but I don't need to see that. So I'd go Malik Monk. We'll see ya. And let's rock with Russell Westbrook and Devin Carter. But like I said, I'd rather do neither. If you're making me choose, that is what I would choose. And does that make me a Devin Carter a fan or a defender? Maybe. Or maybe it just reminds everyone that they have a breaking point or they have a line. And when you are when you are an older team moving off of the couple of young guys that you have, to get older, to add on the second, it would be Russell Westbrook, DeMar DeRozan. I don't know who's older between the two, but that is skyrocketing their average age. Even I got to say, hold on. All right, enough is enough. Hold on. Here go 2 more for y'all. Here go 2 more years for y'all. On the other side, let's keep the conversation going. Calls, texts to discuss who would you rather move for Russell Westbrook, Malik Monk, or Devin Carter? Allen Stiles, Sac Sports.
Here go 2 more for y'all.
I'm with Vince Bloom, general manager and big guy at Folsom Lake Dodge.
I think you mean the summer deal guy.
Vince, the summer deal guy. And why's that, Vince?
Because summertime means the deals are heating up at Folsom Lake Dodge. I'm talking hot deals you don't want to miss.
I know what you mean. During the Make This the Summer event at Folsom Lake Dodge, I see you can save over $15,000 off a new 2025 Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cab 4x4. Over $15,000.
But that's not the only summer deal at Folsom Lake Dodge.
Far from it. I see the summer deal guy is also offering deals on all their Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram vehicles.
I am.
Hot summer deals on everything? This really is the summer.
Exactly.
Save over $15,000 off a new 2025 Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cab 4x4. At Folsom Lake Dodge.
In the Folsom Auto Mall and online at FolsomLakeDodge.com.
Discount includes 1,000 West BC SFS retail bonus cash, 1,000 West BC SFS bonus cash, national snackable 20% below MSRP, retail discount $59.91. One at this net discount. Sample VIN SN 772855 expires 9/2/25.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you get coverage options based on
how much you want to pay for car insurance. And then you decide how to spend the rest of your money because you're in charge. Today, you're going to pay down your credit card bill. But you decide when you'll pay it. Before the due date, so those interest charges don't get you. But you decide if you pay it in full. But you definitely should, because again, interest charges. With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, we'll help you find coverage at a fair price. Then you're in charge. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, everybody, it's Carmichael Dave. Labor Day is almost upon us. Can you believe it? And you can relax in style without breaking the bank. Why? Because it's the Labor Day sale at Amy's Outdoor Living. You can save from 40 to 70% on premium patio sets, colorful umbrellas, new cushions, beautiful and useful fire pits, and much more. And right now is the time to beat those tariffs and save your hard-earned money on most of their top name brands. Turn your backyard into a resort-style retreat. Hurry in to save 40 to 70% off your new backyard, because guess what? These savings will not last long. Amy's Outdoor Living, used to go there with my dad as a little kid. That's how long they've been around, and now they have 2 locations on El Camino near Watt. That's the one I grew up going to, and the El Dorado Town Center. It's beautiful there. Amy's Outdoor Living, where your outdoor living begins.
Hello, I'm Frank Ocko with Retirement Security Centers with a weekly economic update. Markets began the week reeling after President Trump moved to fire Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook, sparking fears over the Fed's independence. Long-term Treasury yields jumped and the U.S. dollar weakened in response. At the same time, a new State Bank of India report warns that imposing hefty 50% tariffs on Indian goods could backfire, potentially cutting U.S. GDP growth by 40 to 50 basis points and fueling inflation. Consumer confidence slipped again in August, with the index dropping to 97.4 from 98.7 as employment worries weighed on sentiment. The short-term outlook index plunged to 74.8, well below the 80-point recession threshold. Meanwhile, Fed Chair Jay Powell appears to be treading cautiously ahead of September's rate decision, eager to cut rates amid slowing job growth, yet weary of persistent inflation pressures from tariffs, labor constraints, and rising food costs. How might this affect you or your family? Please go to frankontheradio.com to schedule an appointment, watch videos, and receive market updates. I'm ready to help you start your journey so you can define your future.
Securities and investment advisory services offered through Mosaic Wealth, member FINRA SIPC. Mosaic Wealth is separately owned in other entities and or marketing names, products, or services referenced here are independent of Mosaic Wealth.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number biggest sale of the year. All beds on sale up to 50% off the limited edition smart bed, plus free premium delivery with any smart bed and adjustable base. Ends Labor Day. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with special guests Mitchell Tenpenny, Locash, Vincent Mason, and Avery Anna. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo with RVs of Sacramento and the Smud Museum of Science and Curiosity. Tickets at CITPFest.com.
The Labor Day Sell-a-thon is on at Folsom Lake Ford. Right now, with your approved credit, get 0% financing, plus 0 down, plus no payments for 90 days on select new Fords. Hurry to Folsom Lake Ford today. Interest accrues from date of purchase.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/SactownSports1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
Had some friends come in. Angie and Brittany. Want to give a shout out to Brittany. Recently promoted to digital content producer for our FM stations. She is moving her stuff to her new seat. And that's what Fridays are for, man. Getting paid, promotions. That's what life is about, man.
Sending that payment you just got immediately for rent.
Yeah, that too. Oh, wait, don't remind me. Oh, man, you're right. It's about that time.
Was for me this morning.
Yeah.
Check deposited and immediately sent it on for rent.
916, this is from Nick. Alan McGruff, do you have any updates on Fishing Gate? This needs to be a weekly Friday segment. Thanks, from Nick. Nick, you missed it. We gave the fishing update. I was on a run earlier this week, and there were two, looked like high schoolers, and they had their fishing rods, but they were not in. They were leaving. They were in the act. I did not catch them with fish. I did not catch them with the rods in the water. So I let them be. Okay? I let them be.
You also kind of just gave them a little stare.
I just gave them a little stare as I was huffing and puffing, man, trying to fight off this dad bod.
So
916, what's up, Kyle?
So you know how you film everything and post everything in your life on your Instagram or Twitter?
Not everything, but yes, sure.
We've seen you film those running videos before. Mm-hmm. Maybe the way to get around filming the fisherman is to pretend like you're doing a Instagram shoot.
Look, right now, I'm just focused on hopefully getting a text or Slack. Okay, once I can invest, because then I'll have two kids. I'm gonna be super invested in the neighborhood, right? Because hey, now I got two kids. And you can't be eating these fish that might be sick, and now you're spreading stuff. We can't have that. Right now, I'm just waiting for the text. That's all.
You're really helping the community. You're helping these kids by not eating the fish.
Literally.
You're saving them from themselves, Alan. It is your civic duty to snitch on these fishermen.
And that's why I get called Alan McGruff. Shout out, Nick, always with the jokes on the text line. We are taking you up to 2 p.m. discussing who would you rather move for Russell Westbrook if you had to. That's the most important part of this. You have to do it. Because like I said, I wouldn't do it. And you can't move Terrence Davis. That's the other part of this exercise. You have to do it, and you cannot move Terrence Davis. Okay, that leaves Malik Monk, that leaves Devin Carter in these realistic, right? You can't say Drew Eubanks. Malik Monk or Devin Carter. Today, as of 10:48 or whenever we did that segment of 10:30, August 29th, I'm moving Malik Monk. And I might be crazy, but I'm moving Malik Monk. 916-339-1140. Let's get to TC, who wants to be a part of the conversation. What's up, TC? What you got for us?
Hey, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm kind of torn we're really torn between the two, right? But if we talking about moving somebody, I'm gonna move Devin, right? And when I say I'm moving Devin, because we gonna find a spot for Malik. I'm moving Devin to Portland. I'm going back to that trade I've been telling y'all about, bro. Keegan's brother, Chris. It sounds crazy, but it ain't that crazy. The OKC think it was crazy with the Williams brothers. No, bro, the reason why I'm moving him over there because I'm getting the length. That guy is 6'8", bro. We need all the length that we can get on this team, plus the defensive stalwart. So we turn him into the 3-and-D guy. Keegan, you can go back to scoring baskets.
Thanks for the call, TC. I got thrown off for a second when you said the Williams brothers. Kyle, are you talking about the two Jalens?
Yeah, he's talking about Jalen Williams and Jalen Williams, who are not brothers.
They're not brothers.
I mean, they're brothers, but they're not brothers.
They are not related.
No.
They have the same name.
But they also don't have the same name because one is spelled Jalen
sure.
and the other is Jaylin.
Look, I've tried to be as respectful as possible when it comes to Chris Murray. Okay? I've tried to be as respectful as possible when it comes to Chris Murray. The best way, as we're about to talk about his brother in about 10 minutes here, the best way or the easiest way to say it is that he is not close to his brother. He's lefty, so I should like him even more. But Chris Murray, he has some room to grow. as a basketball player.
I would also make the point, because I know a couple Kings fans have either been on the YouTube or on the phone or the text talking about trading for Chris Murray. And I would say if you wait 6 months,
you might just be able to, to grab him.
You might be able to just pick him up for free, because I don't think he's headed into year 3. The Blazers are going to have to decide whether to pick up his 4th-year option before training camp. I'm going to assume they're going to decline it, since he's essentially a deep bench player for them right now. So he's going to be potentially an unrestricted free agent or a cap casualty, kind of like Jake LaRavia was for the Memphis Grizzlies. If you wait 4 to 6 months, you might be able to just get Chris Murray for free.
Yeah, that is where we're headed, because Chris Murray, this was his opportunity when the Blazers weren't good, right? And he got some playing time, but didn't really pop while the Blazers weren't good. Now, the other young guys that they were playing, they have turned the corner, right? Your Tumani Kamaras, they went and got Denny Avdia, your Shaden Sharps, they still got Scoot. So that was this was his opportunity to get that playing time, and he didn't really do much. So now there's no playing time for him to have, because the Blazers are trying to make some things happen. And if I were to bet during that streak that the Blazers went on, I would feel pretty safe placing a bet that Chris Murray did not play a lot during that 10-game streak or whatever happened for the Blazers, where it got a bit spicy. Okay, I would be pretty surprised if he was getting some solid time. 916 says, you guys got the funnies. I'm coming from a length and athleticism standpoint. We need all the 6'8", 6'9" guys we can get. I agree. And maybe that's TC on the text line. No, I agree. You can get that in other places. And I'm going to tell you, and I have a place, and I have a guy. And this team is simply trying to move off of him. Okay? And the Kings are a bit familiar with this person that I am referring to. So that's coming up in the 11 o'clock hour. All right? So don't you worry. It's not about that. You can still be, look, yeah, this is Sacramento Kings, but you can still be a little bit picky with what you got with some of these young guys that are running around. That's the thing, because the league has changed. There are more 6'8" dudes. You wouldn't think it, because the Kings don't have any outside of Keegan, but the league does seem to be drafting more of these 6'8", 6'9" guys, just hoping that it works out. So when it doesn't work out, or they don't have time for them, yeah, you can take a flyer on whoever you want. Chris Murray's just not that high on my list of flyers, right? I got Olivier Maxence Prosper. That's somebody that's on my list, because I grind it. It's just based on film and what I'm watching, and do they pop to me, right? Sohan, I talked about. He's on my list of these, hey, just go get a 6'8", 6'9" guy. So I understand where you're coming from in that regard. I just don't think, even off the, for lack of a better term, scrap heap, I think you can get somebody else to take a chance on before Chris Murray. That's where I'm at.
Just to answer your question before, so during the stretch where the Blazers went 10-1, Chris Murray averaged 7 minutes per game, including 2 DNP CDs.
Yeah, there you go.
And this is before you add in the fact that if Matisse Thybulle's ever going to play again, Matisse Thybulle is coming back healthy for the Blazers.
And I know Jeremy Grant missed time.
Jeremy Grant is going to be their backup power forward.
Yeah.
They just added Yang Hansen, who's going to apparently alternate center with Klingon and Time Lord.
Yeah.
So probably one of those guys is going to play the 4. I just think Chris Murray is he's going to get buried deep on the bench in Portland with CD Sissoko.
Yeah.
And
hey, great King. He was a great King, CD.
And soon Chris Murray could be also.
Yeah. When we return, all right, this Keegan Murray intel that I got as I was walking into the studio. Let's discuss when we get back. Al Stiles, Sac Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger, Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Elk Grove Honda is proud of Honda's lineup of trucks and SUVs offering compatibility and versatility to the core. From the all-electric Prologue to the Pilot, Honda's most rugged SUV, and from the Street Smart CR-V to the Ridgeline's truckload of capabilities, Honda's lineup also includes the Passport, designed for adventure, and HR-V, just as smart as it looks. See the exciting new models at Elk Grove Honda in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 at Elk Grove Boulevard.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda.
The clock is ticking, and Rivercats baseball season is almost over. Catch the final games of the 2025 season with brand new giveaways, prime matchups, and the energy of Sutter Health Park. Whether it's a weekend game with friends or a fun evening out, the Rivercats have you covered. Get your tickets at rivercats.com and enjoy the final days of Rivercats baseball.
Carmichael Dave here for my friends at American Energy Heating and Air. Yes, I always tell you they are a family-owned operation, been in business since 81, A-plus Better Business Bureau, but it is hot. We are in those Sacramento hot months. I want to focus on them being your second opinion partner. What does that mean? Maybe you've got somebody you're working with or you've worked with in the past in the HVAC world. Guess what? They want to give you a second opinion. How much does it cost? Nothing. You call them up and say, hey, can I get a second opinion on this deal? They come out and they either say, wow, that's a great deal, you should feel better about that. Or they say, we can beat that price. And usually they're going to beat it by a lot. Guess what? You just saved money and it didn't cost you anything to find out. It's a no-lose situation. Go with a trusted company. American Energy, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. Jingle Singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number biggest sale of the year. All beds on sale up to 50% off the limited edition smart bed. Plus free premium delivery with any smart bed and adjustable base. Ends Labor Day. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken.
Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Time now for your Sacktown Sports 49ers report, brought to you by Kia of Vacaville, conveniently located beside the Vacaville outlets. The Niners finished preseason play on Saturday with a 30-23 win over San Diego. Curtis Robinson had a 32-yard interception return for the go-ahead touchdown, and Tariq Owens, son of Terrell Owens, caught a touchdown pass. The 49ers start for real a week from Sunday. They're in Seattle. Listen all season long to 49er football right here on Sacktown Sports 1140.
Football season is here at Kia of Vacaville. You can score big in a new 2025 Kia Niro LX with up to 53 MPG combined at Kia of Vacaville. Perfect for road trips, tailgates, and cruising to Levi Stadium in style and comfort. But don't wait. Inventory is limited at Kia of Vacaville, and these deals won't last long. Visit KiaVacaville.com or stop by right next to the Vacaville outlets for friendly service, easy shopping, and unbeatable value. All in one stop. Kia of Vacaville, where the adventure begins.
Your local sports leader in the 916.
KHD1 Sacramento. KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios. Sacktown Sports 1140. Live and local.
It's Allen Stiles
on Sacktown Sports.
One hour down, 3 to go on this Friday. And yeah, I was making my way into the studio. So this is what happened. There's somebody, Maxime the Dream, on X, right, tagged me a couple times regarding this deal where it's Keegan Murray for Stephon Castle. And he says, who says no? And he tagged me, tagged a couple people, and he said, who says no? So I asked Carmichael Dave, what he would do in that situation, or who would say no. He gave his answer. We had that conversation. So that prompted me to start digging more so on the Keegan Murray thing, right? And somebody familiar with the situation said something to me that I didn't expect to hear, right? And what that person said was that the Kings could be waiting to see how this season, at the very least, starts, right, or plays out with Keegan Murray before offering him the extension. So I don't want to say floored, but pretty darn surprised when I heard that. Because how many times have we had the conversation, Jabari Smith, just copy paste that same contract and get it done, right? Now, all of a sudden, there might actually be a reason that this isn't happening. And we've heard Scott Perry say it himself. We've heard different sources within the organization say it to, the Keith Smiths of the world, and say it to different outlets. Oh, we're really happy about Keegan Murray, and we hope that we can sign him and continue this process. Well, how happy are they really? And this assessment period that we've seen, if you look at what Scott Perry has done, he's put Malik Monk on the trade block. Devin Carter's on the trade block. They picked up Keon's option, so they have a decision to make there. They could lose Keon, and they have not extended Keegan. They have made no commitments to anyone that was already in the building prior to Scott Perry's arrival. There are situations where they could have made those commitments. The only person that has a commitment is Dennis Schroeder, who got brought in, obviously, as Scott Perry arrived, and, of course, the draft picks. So the idea could be, now anything can happen, right? And knowing us, I could get off this show, and at 2:30, not even that, 2:05.
I don't know. Yesterday it was 1:59.
Yeah, 1:59, I get a text from Kyle, whoever, saying Keegan agreed to his extension. So anything is possible. But this person told me that there is a chance they are waiting to see how this thing plays out. Which begs the question for me, well, what exactly are they trying to see? You still got DeMar DeRozan. You still have Zach LaVine. Obviously, you have Domantas Sabonis. You currently still have Malik Monk. So Keegan, at best, is fighting to be the third offensive option. I don't know that they're really setting him up for success to battle it out and to prove himself, right? To prove himself in order to get this paycheck that we think is what he already deserves. Because Keegan and Jabari Smith Jr., extremely similar stat lines. So Jabari Smith Jr. already got that. So the Rockets, with Jabari Smith Jr. coming off the bench, they said, Jabari Smith Jr., we think you deserve this. So Keegan, at the very least, is that. Now, the other part, this is not from who I spoke with, but there could be a conversation happening and the two sides aren't on the same page. Maybe they want more than Jabari Smith Jr. because Keegan starts and Jabari Smith Jr. doesn't. And Keegan has to guard everybody from Steph Curry to Aaron Gordon, and Jabari Smith Jr. does not. And going into this next season, Keegan Murray is really the main four on the squad. And Jabari Smith, like I said, comes off the bench. So maybe Keegan's camp is asking for more than Jabari Smith Jr., and that's why the Kings are responding, saying, if you want more than him, then let's see how this season plays out. Let's see what happens when your feet are taken to the fire or put to the fire. That could be what's going on here. But the reason or the possibility and possible reason that this extension hasn't happened yet is because the Kings want to see how this thing kicks off for Keegan. Now, if they wait the whole season, he would go into restricted free agency, which is almost becoming a taboo name here in Sacramento with everything we've discussed with Jonathan Kuminga. But he would be a restricted free agent. And I think the easy answer here is Keegan comes out on fire and they say, here you go, here's a couple more million than Jabari Smith Jr., or they'd still just give him the same thing, which I kind of find hard to believe, right? Because I don't feel as if they would say he doesn't deserve what Jabari Smith Jr. has. So I'm leaning more so towards Keegan might have asked for a little bit more, but we don't know that, right? So Keegan balls out. Here you go. Here's $5 million more than Jabari Smith Jr. Or maybe it is just about getting the same amount, and that's on the Kings side of things. I think it's a bigger conversation, and based on how Keegan is set up with DeMar DeRozan, with Zach LaVine, with Domantas Sabonis. I didn't even mention Dennis Schroeder. It's not as if he doesn't shoot the basketball. He's not Rajon Rondo. He's going to shoot. So you throw him in the mix as well. And obviously, like I said, you still have Malik Monk. So in this situation, based on how they're set up, what if he has the same season he had last season? Right now, he turned it on in January, but going up to December or going into December or up through December, Keegan was not great offensively. Obviously, a ton of stuff happened. The team changed. You had a new coach. That's not an excuse. That's really what happened. Now, let's say he just says the same thing offensively or slightly worse. Now the conversation is, are the Kings willing to let him go to restricted free agency? Are they going to try to Josh Giddey this situation? Because I don't know that they should try to Josh Giddey this situation. I don't know. This season was very specific with only one team having the cap space. More teams next season will have cap space. So I'm not sure that the Kings want to play with fire in that way and why they would want to put themselves into the situation unless, like I said, Scott Perry's evaluating everything. And yeah, I don't know that I think Keegan Murray's that good, right? Or I don't know that Keegan is somebody that we have to hitch our wagon to for the next couple years. Because I would argue if he's somebody that you want to see grow, then I would have prioritized moving off of DeMar DeRozan. I would have prioritized moving off of somebody to see if Keegan Murray is going to be able to get there. Because trying to see if Keegan Murray can get there on this roster, and I hate to use the F word, I hate to use the word fair, but I don't know if that is the most fair situation to be able to assess what Keegan's going to do. And again, this is Jabari Smith Jr. money. This is not Franz Wagner money. This is not Paolo money. We're not talking about maxes here. We're talking about Keegan Murray getting paid the exact same amount that Jabari Smith Jr. is getting paid when their stat lines up to this point in their careers are eerily similar. The only thing that could throw that off right now is if Keegan's camp has said, I don't give a bleep about Jabari Smith Jr. because Keegan starts and Keegan is asked to do more than Jabari Smith Jr. defensively. And like I said, Jabari Smith Jr. is coming off the bench. So especially now, Jabari Smith Jr. just got that deal with Kevin Durant about to join the squad. So he's probably going to get asked to do even less offensively. So I need more than that. And maybe the Kings are saying, I don't know why you feel like you need more than that when up to this point, your stat lines are the same. So that's the information that came across my phone, if you will, okay, or came across myself heading into tonight's show or heading into today's show, that there is a chance that the Kings are waiting to see how this thing plays out for Keegan Murray. Okay? They could sign him right now. They could sign him as soon as the show ends. They could sign him while I'm out on paternity leave. Or they could see how he looks in December. They could see how he looks with a little bit of pressure on him. Does he say, you know what? I'm going to be the third option. DeMar, Zach LaVine, cool. I'm going to be the third option. Domantas Sabonis going to take more of a back seat offensively. Malik Monk going to take more of a back seat offensively. You're going to have to run things for me because of the leap that I've taken. Do I think that's necessary for Keegan to get Jabari Smith Jr. money? No. But maybe Keegan's camp isn't asking for Jabari Smith Jr. money. Maybe they're asking for more than that.
So there's a lot to unpack here. And I think that the first place to start is kind of the wait and see thing, right? Because regardless of whether he makes a little bit more, a little bit less, the market is the market at this point, right? Like we know where Jabari Smith Jr. is at. Eventually, Tari Eason is probably going to sign a deal. Jeremy Sohan, Benedict Mathurin, some of these other draft class mates of Keegan Murray are going to get deals comparable to what Jabari Smith Jr. got,
right.
Or, a little bit less for Mathurin, a little bit more for someone else. So the market kind of is what it is. And I understand if they played it out just to kind of get a better gauge on, which direction the market is going to go. Does the rest of the league feel like the Rockets overpaid for Jabari Smith Jr.? Do the Spurs feel like Jeremy Sohan, who again is basically coming off the bench behind Harrison Barnes, is worth $20 million? Maybe the Kings are just playing that out for a better gauge on the market. But it sounds like, and correct me if I'm wrong, it sounds like the talks between the Kings and Keegan's camp have not gotten to a point where they're even talking about like contract offers yet. Like they're not even like submitting offers back and forth to each other. There hasn't really been much negotiation.
That I don't know. I don't know what conversations have happened with the Kings with Keegan and his camp. What I am being told is that it's possible the Kings just want to see how Keegan does before they get too deep in. I would have to assume that initial conversations have been had. That's why it could be about Keegan wanting more money. It could be that Keegan might not want to sign. He might want to just test restricted free agency and see what else is out there. Now, the list that we saw, it's not the most glamorous list outside of Los Angeles, but again, I don't know that, and there were about 8 teams, I think, with that type of cap space. I don't know that Keegan needs glamour, don't get me wrong, but maybe he just wants to see what's out there. And I don't know whether or not it would have come out that the Kings offered Keegan, but Keegan wants to test restricted free agency. It feels like that would have come out. I know the Kings are working on being more buttoned up, but if the Kings offered Keegan and Keegan essentially said, we're going to test restricted free agency, it feels like that would be something very hard to hide, because from the Kings' point of view, they would want their fan base and everyone to know, as they're still working on their PR, their narratives, that that they have at least put an offer out to Keegan and that he's the one saying, hey, I might want to just see how this thing turns out. That's why I don't know that that's why it's kind of hard for me to believe that an offer has been sent to Keegan, because it just feels like if he were to say no, we would have heard about that. But right now, the conversation is whether or not they even sent something to him, or are they, and if not, is it because they are trying to see how this season kind of kicks off and where this thing is going? Which, to be honest, guys coming up to me at River Cats games, Allen, what's going on with Keegan? That makes a decent amount of sense to me. It's either from Keegan's camp, there's something from Keegan's camp, or it's from the Kings. From Keegan's camp, could be a couple things. Could be more money, could be
belief that you're going to have a breakout season.
Right. Could be more money, could be belief of a breakout season, which would lead to let's just test free agency. Or it could be from the Kings side, yeah, we don't know how much we want to pay Keegan, right? I still think it would be crazy that they're doing this as far as Jabari Smith being that level. That still feels nuts to me, but hey, you never know with the Kings.
Yeah, so I just looked it up real quick. So the teams projected to have cap space would be Brooklyn, Charlotte, Chicago, Detroit, both Los Angeles teams, Portland, Utah, Washington, and if Zach LaVine declines his option, the Kings.
Right, which he is not going to do.
Yeah. So again, and you just need one, right? If one team, like say Detroit, for example, is
I was thinking Detroit, man.
You extend Asar Thompson. The Tobias Harris money comes off the books after this year for them, so that opens up. I think Tobias Harris was making $26 million. So let's say they just say, "Hey, we're gonna clear that Tobias Harris money, offer Keegan a 4-year at $26 million a year." The Kings would obviously match it, but in a weird way, going back to what just happened with Micah Parsons and the Cowboys, it's like, well, now you've just set the market above where you were at, right?
Yes.
You could have got him for 5 years.
That's the danger.
120.
Yes, that's the danger of doing this.
Yeah, and it's like, well, now you've just let him go to free agency, and it's like, oh, wait, teams actually do value him as a $25 to $30 million player. And then all of a sudden it's like, well, why did you make him wait? Why did you potentially, sour the relationship with arguments about money? Because that's the number one reason couples get divorced is arguments over money. So why have you soured the relationship when you were ultimately going to sign him in the end anyways? And maybe that's the Kings saying, we just want to maintain flexibility, because if you're Scott Perry, I have no idea how this season is going to go.
Yeah. And then you really start to send this thing down the rabbit hole. Then it becomes a possible trade conversation, right? The Pascal Siakam special. If there's somewhere that he's interested in, and hey, I'll sign an extension there, that this opens up a lot if the Kings are making this decision. Now, he can ball out and they can offer him the extension at any point in time. But if he balls out, that's when Keegan can say, oh, the price, yesterday's price is not today's price.
Well, and here's the other interesting thing about him getting all the way to restricted free agency, right? So we mentioned Tari Eason, Jaden Ivey, Benedict Mathurin, Jeremy Sohan, guys in his draft class that are also going to be extension eligible. If you wait until June 30th of 2026 when free agency opens, then the 2023 draft class is eligible for extensions. And just pulling it up real quick, you've got Brandon Miller, who the Hornets might cash him out. He's the best option they got. You've got both of the Thompson twins. You've got Bilal Coulibaly with the Wizards. If one of those guys gets $30 million, then all of a sudden it's like, well, hey, guess what? I'm just as good as Bilal Coulibaly or Brandon Miller.
Yeah.
And they just got $150 million. Now all of a sudden I'm worth $150 million, which is true. Like, you are as good as the market says you are worth, if Kuminga has taught us anything.
Jabari Smith Jr. last season, and he only played 57 games. Okay, so I'm going to be Keegan's agent, because that's what I would say. Jabari Smith Jr. has played 57 games. Out of those 57 games, he started 39 of them. Okay, he started 39 of them because the Rockets had a lot of confusion going on based on who they wanted to start, and they had a lot of redundancy there. So he started 39 games. He played only 57, and he played 30 minutes per game. In those 57 games, 12.2 points per game, 7 rebounds per game, 1.1 assists per game, 43.8% from the field, 35% from three, 82% from the free throw line. For his career, he's at 13 points per game, 7.5 rebounds per game, 1.3 assists per game, 43% from the field, 34% from three. Keegan Murray played 76 games, okay? And he started all 76. And Keegan Murray, and I'm just double checking, going back on Jabari Smith Jr., he played 57 games, 76 games, 79 games. Keegan Murray, 76 games, 77 games, 80 games his rookie year. All right. Keegan, 12 points per game this last season, 6.7 rebounds, 1.4 assists, 44% from the field, 34% from three, 83% from the free throw line. For his career, 13.3 points per game, 5.6 rebounds per game, 1.4 assists, 45% from the field, 37% from three, 81% from free throw. Just eerily similar. Minutes played. Keegan was at 34 minutes per game. Okay, Jabari Smith Jr. at 30 minutes per game. He only played 57 games. Keegan played 34, right? So, again, I'm Keegan's agent, and this could be a nickel and dime situation. We don't know that. But if I'm Keegan's agent, 122, Jabari Smith Jr., 122, 5-year 122. Yeah, I might go in saying I need 130. I need 130. This dude's coming off the bench. He played 57 games. They just signed Kevin Durant. He's not going to have to do half of the stuff that Keegan Murray has to do. And y'all are out here. I'm the agent. I'm walking around saying, hold on. Y'all out here talking about Russell Westbrook? You're talking about Westbrook and you mess around with Kuminga when I am the most sought after young talent that you have on this roster. And y'all are messing around trying to nickel and dime for Russell Westbrook, who nobody's calling about. Stop playing with me, dude. Well, stop playing. I need 130. I need 130. I don't care that the stats are the same. The numbers, what do they always say? Numbers never lie, but they don't tell the whole truth. And now that I think about it, and I get it, it's not a huge difference, but I'm going to need 130.
Now that you're role-playing as Keegan's agent.
Yeah, now that I'm Keegan's agent, I need 130. If Jabari Smith Jr. is getting 122 to play 57 games and start in 39 of those games, less minutes, less games, fine. Equal stats are the same, but we know Keegan is a better shooter, right? The reason my shot went down is because y'all got me out here guarding Steph Curry. Yeah. So I need 130.
And if you believe the market is going to go up, then today's price is not necessarily tomorrow's price either. So if one of these other dudes gets an extension, then all of a sudden.
And maybe that's what they're thinking, right? Maybe Keegan's agent is saying, look, if they are, let's say the Kings are floating around 125, right? And Keegan's agent is saying, look, this thing is going to, if you can take it if you want, but this thing is going to get driven up, I believe, pretty soon here. And we know you're due. I mean, Keegan is, I know we said it last season, but Keegan is kind of due. 34% from three, and I know it's a small sample size, but 34% from three, 35 the year before, and 41 his rookie year.
Not to mention, post Doug Christie taking over, he was 39% from three.
That's right.
Last year.
You like it's been working with Doug. You're in a pretty good situation. They didn't go. Sometimes it helps when they don't do something, right? They could probably say, when we got Kuminga, we don't have to give you 130 anymore, Keegan, because we have Kuminga. You don't have to do as much work, right? So they're probably doing a push and pull thinking, I mean, Kuminga would be nice, but if I can get paid for the work that I'm doing, right? If you lose that notch to say, I'm the only four that you have, and I'm the only one guarding these fours. You saw how that looked when DeMar DeRozan had to guard Aaron Gordon. They say, actually, we just traded for Kuminga, so that Jabari Smith Jr. contract is going to fit you just fine.
Because one way or another, this is going to end with Keegan Murray getting a contract extension, right? The only way it won't is, A, they trade him in a larger trade package, or they let him walk in restricted free agency, which nobody would let Keegan Murray at 26 years old walk in restricted free agency when you don't have to. Even if the Pistons offer that 28 a year deal, if you're the Kings, you just say, all right, we'll just match it, because as we've been talking about all summer, signing a contract extension sometimes is the easiest way to make a trade.
Yeah, 916-339-1140. Are you worried about the Keegan Murray conversation, or would you let him go into the season and see what he's able to do? Let's keep the conversation going. Marcus Thompson, one of the greats as far as NBA writing, calls the Sacramento Kings the most confusing team heading into 2026. Do you agree? I don't know if I do. Allen Stiles, Sac State Sports.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Future Ford.
I'm Tara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. It is finally Friday. Stepping outside, it's comfortable for the morning. As we get into the afternoon, things are going to heat up. Expect to have mainly sunny conditions, light westerly winds, highs today in the mid to upper 90s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
It's the final days of Summer Closeout 25 at your Future Ford dealers. Get closeout pricing on F-150, Bronco, Explorer, Mach-E, and more. But don't wait. It all ends Monday at Future Ford Lincoln in the Roseville Auto Mall and Future Ford of Sacramento at I-80 in Madison.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-894-3737. 800-894-3737. That's 800-894-3737.
For over 90 years, Hagen Oaks has partnered with the biggest brands in golf to bring cutting-edge technology to your game. Our one-of-a-kind total game fitting offers a level of experience and precision that is unmatched. From driver to putter, footwear to golf balls, our TrackMan-powered performance studios, 3D footwear scanner, and Ping's Ball-Namic ball fitting kiosk ensure every piece of your gear is tailored to your swing. Trust the experts at the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Total game fitting starts here.
The Giant Summer Sale is here. Get giant savings on our giant selection only at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? Save during the Honda Summer Event and drive a brand new Accord or Civic. See all our specials at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda. Go to FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop. Listen to the 49er Rewind daily. Brought to you by Mountain Mike's Pizza, the official pizza of the 49ers. Mountain Mike's Pizza. Pizza the way it ought to be. Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with special guests Mitchell Tenpenny, Low Cash, Vincent Mason, and Abriana. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo with RVs of Sacramento and the Sled Museum of Science and Curiosity. Tickets at CITPFest.com. High Voltage Live Boxing Action returns to the venue on September 6th as Uppercut Promotions presents 6 big fights featuring undefeated fighters. Thunder Showdown September 6th at the venue at Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Tickets at Ticketmaster. Fight cards subject to change.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
Taking you up to 2 p.m. This is from Joe, the 530. Allen, good for Scott Perry. Keegan is too inconsistent to give a long-term commitment to. If Perry can use him as a trade piece to make this team better, I have no problem with that. That is Joe from the 530. Yeah, I don't really know. And like I said, that the person on X that tagged me and Carmichael Dave and a couple other Kings media members, Stephon Castle for Keegan Murray, I would just assume that the Spurs say no. But yeah, I mean, they do have, I know all three guards are kind of different. They do have three guards and a bit of a log jam there. And look, Uncle Keegan would be reunited with his buddy De'Aaron Fox. I think I'd probably do it, Stephon Castle for Keegan Murray, but I'm just assuming that the Spurs just wouldn't do it because, right, the Spurs are just in the mode right now where nothing is good enough, right? Nothing is good enough, and I think it's probably just a safe play to at least see what this looks like. They're not really, I wouldn't call the Spurs ahead of schedule, but they're definitely closer to ahead of schedule than behind schedule. You got the guy Carter Bryant as well. He's an athletic freak. So I think the Spurs would be remiss to not at least give this one season just for fun, just for kicks and gigs, just to see what it looks like. Then after next season, which to the Xers point, I don't want to say tweeter's point, but which to the Xers point, Maxime the Dream, you can still lock down Keegan and then have that conversation. I know Stephon Castle would still be on the rookie contract, but it doesn't go away. But it just feels like the Spurs, they want to at least give this a go just to see how it looks with all the young talent. I know I would. It's a very unique situation that the Spurs are in. I definitely would want at least one season with just all the young guys just to see it.
Yeah, because I don't think the Spurs are selling low on what the ceiling could be, right? Because as much as it's strange to think about, Stephon Castle is basically 4 years younger than Keegan Murray.
That's crazy.
So they have a lot of time to figure out what this Stephon Castle thing is going to look like for them. I mean, he's the reigning rookie of the year, but he also can't shoot the three ball. He also is probably not as good at defending fours as Keegan Murray would be, I would assume, threes and fours. So if San Antonio gets to the point where they're trying to create runway for Harper, then Castle's probably the one they move. Probably not Fox at this point, since they just gave him a 4-year max, and Fox is a former All-NBA player. So, I mean, eventually they're going to have to make the decision, but they don't have to make it right now, and definitely not for Keegan Murray.
No, and we know. I think that's so interesting. I'm going to take it back to baseball, because stolen bases and Acuna, what was that, last year, a couple years ago, crazy amount of stolen bases. Shohei Ohtani, the same thing. And one thing that nobody talks about as it pertains to the stolen bases is one of the changes that was made is that pitchers can only pick off a couple times, right? So as a base stealer a long, long time ago, you could be over there all day, right? They could pick over to first base or second base 5 times if they wanted. And there would always be a level of worry, right? Or that threat of them picking off. Now with this new rule, what is it? Twice, right? They can only pick off twice and then they have to go home. So these stolen bases, they should be coming like crazy, because once you pick over twice, you can get the best jump in the world, right? So how I'm comparing this, it's a very Allen comparison, it's a classic, is that the second apron is coming. So if you are the Spurs and you see with the Thunder what they're doing, and you're just assuming that nobody wants to face the second apron, now maybe there's a team out there that says, hey, we don't care, we think we're good enough to continue to do it, and that was the conversation with what Boston may or may not do. But as of right now, none of these teams are looking to try to be in that second apron. So if you're the Spurs, hey, we still have time, because all these teams have timelines. There might be another team that pops up, right? The Lakers, if they build once LeBron is gone, which is still a crazy statement to say, but the Lakers build something with Luka and the Rockets, right, with Kevin Durant, he's only going to be there a couple of years, and they're going to have to find a scorer whenever that's done with Kevin Durant. But the Spurs are thinking, all these teams, we have so much time, and we're so far away from the second apron. These teams, like back in the day, they can't just sit there and, like the Warriors did in their heyday, and pay these guys for 5-7 years and just run the whole league. So I'm not going to make any moves now because we know winter is coming, Wemby is coming, and the second apron is always on its way. So the Thunder is going to have to figure that out. Meanwhile, the Spurs saying, all right, now it's our turn to have our 3-4 years in the sun.
Without having to worry about the second apron,
exactly.
Which is kind of the same case with the Thunder right now, right? Why do the Thunder not have to worry about the second apron? Because they're two of their three best players are on rookie contracts, and the best player in the NBA is making the same amount as Domantas Sabonis. Right? We don't talk about it enough. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is on a bargain of a contract, probably the best contract in the league at $42 million a year for that quality of player.
For now.
But they have 3 years before that really becomes a problem. Kind of the same with the Spurs, where because Wemby is on such a cheap contract, you have that runway to see if you can build around him while he's on the rookie deal. They'll have to make those decisions in 3 years. But
right, but Wemby kicks that off, right? So fine, we finally have to pay Wemby $1 billion, but that's where it starts, and that's still, what, a couple years from now? Yeah. So then it would be their turn, and then they get okay, now we got to pay Wemby. Now we got to pay Stephon Castle. De'Aaron Fox might be gone by then. We got to pay Wemby. We got to pay Stephon Castle. We got to pay. Then they'll have to make those decisions. Okay, did Carter Bryant pan out? Did Dylan Harper pan out? But they have time to do that and manipulate things in different ways, while the Thunder might be the cream of the crop right now, but the Thunder are going to have to pay the piper pretty soon.
Yeah, and some teams are paying it right now. I mean, the Knicks, it's next year. It's like clock is ticking, Knicks. You got to win it this year or
you're cooked.
Not that you're cooked. You're just going to – it's not going to be with this group. It's not going to be these five players.
This group is cooked. Villanova is cooked.
The Nova Knicks and Carl making $60 million a year is cooked.
Goodbye. So if you're the Spurs, why would you make that move? To bring it back to how we got here, Maxime the Dream on Twitter. It's just so much easier to say Twitter. I'm sorry. Reached out to me and a couple other Kings media members, tagged us and said, would you do this deal, Keegan Murray for Stephon Castle? And I think most King fans would do the deal, but there's no reason for the Spurs to do it because that accelerates their timeline because Keegan's about to get paid, right? Keegan says, yeah, I want to hang out in the Riverwalk with De'Aaron. I'll sign the extension. Give me the Jabari Smith special or maybe even a little bit more than that. Now that speeds the Spurs process up. And I don't think anybody is in a hurry or in a rush to battle with the Thunder. Why? You got Wemby, you got all the time in the world.
Well, unless you already have the aforementioned superstar in their prime. But if you're the Spurs, you're still trying to figure out how are we going to build this thing? You know, I mean, we've got all NBA point guard now, but he's entering his 10th season in the league and he's on a big contract. We got a 20-year-old Stephon Castle. We've got Sohan, who can't beat out Harrison Barnes for the starting power forward position.
Crazy.
We've got Keldon Johnsons and Devin Vassell's that we don't really know what to do with, and we're happy to trade them for Kevin Durant. They have time to figure it out versus some other teams. It's right now, and Sacramento doesn't even get to be in the conversation because you don't have an all NBA player.
Well, it's right now, but it's right now to hopefully make the play-in. That's what it is right now for the Kings. Marcus Thompson had some things to say about the Kings being the most confusing team heading into 2026. We break it all down when we return. Now on Sac State Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number biggest sale of the year. All beds on sale up to 50% off the limited edition smart bed. Plus free premium delivery with any smart bed and adjustable base. Ends Labor Day. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
Hi, this is Greg Papa. Disasters hit every day. If your home, business, or building has suffered from any disaster, SunPoint Public Adjusters can help. SunPoint prepares, presents, and negotiates your claim with the insurance company, working only for you, making sure you get everything you're entitled to and letting your focus be on what's most important, your family or your business. Call SunPoint today at 888-247-7865 or contact us at sunpoint.us. SunPoint Public Adjusters, the gold standard in public adjusting.
License number 2N14884.
Around here, the summer can smack you silly, especially if your AC is not functioning at a high level. Whitey Gleason here. I had the opposite problem over the winter. System went down. It was panic time, but Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating saved the day. Let them save you from unnecessary summer misery. Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating, reliable, trustworthy. They do great work. They won awards for their service. Check the reviews at leesair.com. Find out about their $99 HVAC tune-up service. Save your summer now. Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating on the web at leesair.com. License number 635355.
Just announced, Stockton Honda has been named number 1 of California's best car dealers in 2025 by USA Today and Statista. This prestigious award is based on thousands of customer reviews and recommendations, ranking dealerships for service, value, and satisfaction. Out of hundreds evaluated, Stockton Honda is proud to be number 1, recognized for all-around excellence and commitment to our customers. Visit Stockton Honda, where reputation meets the road.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Allen Stiles here with your Sacktown Sports Injury Update, brought to you by DTLA Law Group. Luis Severino, out with that left oblique strain, has resumed playing catch, and his expected return is late August. Grant Holman, out with that strained right middle finger, expected return is TBD, but he has started gripping drills and is building toward a throwing progression. Hopefully, he'll be back soon. That was your Sacktown Sports Injury Update, brought to you by Downtown LA Law Group. Hey, I'm Allen Stiles. Injured at work? Call Downtown. DTLA Law Group, California's leading injury law firm. With over 40 lawyers throughout California, they have won over $500 million in settlements. DTLA Law Group will get you compensation for your work injury. You don't pay unless they win. That's right. You pay zero up front. Call Downtown. Text injury help to 40222. That's injury help to 40222. Visit them at calldowntown.com. Text charges may apply.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and miss the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-406-1584. 800-406-1584. 800-406-1584.
Priority Tax Relief.
Hey, Sacramento homeowners, imagine the coolest, most comfortable summer in 30 years, leaving air conditioning giants drowning in overstock. That's your golden ticket to massive savings right now at Sierra Pacific. We've forged powerhouse partnerships with the world's top manufacturers. They trust us for flawless installations, unbeatable service, and our massive reach across Sacramento to move their inventory fast. In return, exclusive, jaw-dropping discounts just for you. Upgrade your home with premium systems at rock-bottom prices, installed by the region's elite craftsmen and backed by ironclad warranties and legendary support. Plus, snag huge tax credits and SMUD rebates to slash costs even further. This inventory clearing bonanza won't last. Seize it today. Call Sierra Pacific for your free in-home consultation and discover the perfect system for your ultimate comfort. Dial 916-638-0543 now or head to SierraPacificHome.com. Don't miss out. Your cooler, cozier home awaits.
Sierra Pacific Solar Heating and Air. The guys in the big red trucks.
The Labor Day Sell-a-thon is on at Folsom Lake Ford. Right now, with your approved credit, get 0 down, 0% financing, and 2 years of complimentary maintenance on select new Fords. Hurry to Folsom Lake Ford or folsomlakeford.com. See dealer for details.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140.
on Sacktown Sports.
Taking you up to 2 p.m. And Marcus Thompson, who writes for The Athletic, mostly for the Warriors, but he is on his way, if not already, to be a Hall of Fame writer. Tons and tons of awards, writes with The Athletic, as I mentioned, and combined on this piece with Sam Amick as well. And he was trying to figure out the most confusing team headed into 2026. And this is what he had to say. I am perennially confused by what Chicago is doing. Free Kobe White. But I'll go with Sacramento. The Kings seem to be aging up, and they do not have Russell Westbrook yet. I just threw that in there. The Kings seem to be aging up while collecting flashy but flawed players. Check out this backcourt. DeMar DeRozan, Zach LaVine, Dennis Schroeder, Malik Monk, Keon Ellis, Devin Carter. These are interesting players for a team that's close, but the Kings aren't close. Domantas Sabonis is the only quality big man on the roster, and he's not a center. Stanford rookie Maxime Reynaud is intriguing, and they will need him. Remember when Keegan Murray was a potential budding star? The Kings keep adding players who only de-emphasize him, which one of those guards is deferring to Murray, or which one of those guards is deferring to Murray. It's hard to see what the vision is with Sacramento, which is disappointing because 2 years ago, it was so much fun when they were on the come up. That specific line, the Kings keep adding players who only de-emphasize him. It's incredible. Couldn't have said it better myself. And now Keegan needs to be paid. He's supposed to get his extension. On the other side of it, does Keegan want to stay somewhere where they keep de-emphasizing him and probably are, I don't know that they're lowballing him or not. I have no clue, but they're de-emphasizing him. So maybe they're saying, hey, yeah, the Jabari Smith Jr. thing, that's where we're going. Maybe it's less than that. It could be less than that. I highly doubt it. But all we know is that there has been no report of anything with the Kings. And after what I was told about maybe the Kings wanting to see Keegan do some things this season, you have Hall of Fame writers, people who know the game very, very well saying, but you keep de-emphasizing him. And you don't have to be a Hall of Fame writer to also notice that. You brought in two guys in the top 26 for field goal attempts. Where is Keegan going to get this runway? Where is he supposed to get it?
Both of which are ball dominant, hold the ball, and then last 8 seconds we're going into butter situations.
Yeah.
And
butter situation.
Keegan Murray's not going to be able to make $125 million on butter situations in defense. Mm-hmm. At least not on this iteration of the team that is trying to get back to where they were in 2023. The other thing about Keegan's deal, to your point about de-emphasizing him, it's not just that he's coming up on getting paid. It's that he is going to be 26 years old at the start of this new contract. And this is the big one for all intents and purposes. Yeah. This is I've been working my entire life to reach this generational wealth of whatever the next contract is going to be. From, if you know Keegan Murray's story, skipping a year of college after high school to go train in Florida, being the backup to Luka Garza at Iowa, 3 years of college basketball, 4th pick in the draft, all the stuff after all the craziness of his career so far. This is where I'm supposed to get paid. All the work is paying off right now with generational wealth.
This other line, remember when Keegan Murray was a potential budding star? Is that what the streets are saying? Is it over with Keegan? Nobody thinks, is he not in that conversation anymore? Because to be fair, every year, so Keegan's 25 now. When they do, what is it, 25, under 25? He was in the 25, under 25 heading into the season after Beam Team season, right? Heading into this past season, he was not in it, and there's no way he's going to be in it again. So, is that where we're at with Keegan Murray? Hey, remember when that dude was supposed to be a budding star? That seems crazy to me.
I mean, it's crazy to me that he had 12 three-pointers in a game and then last year didn't have 30 points in a game. Like, I just can't comprehend how that happened. Like, even by accident, he didn't fall into a 30-point game last year. Because when we had the game, I remember working in the studio and I just couldn't believe it. When we had that game where he hit the 12 three-pointers, in my mind, I started thinking, this guy's going to be a 20-point per game guy. He's going to be your number 3. It's going to be Fox, Keegan, and Domas, and that's going to be your core going forward. And he hasn't scored 30 points per game since February of 2024, or 30 points in a game since February of 2024.
I can't believe that's where we're at now. Remember when?
Hey, remember before they signed DeMar DeRozan?
Yeah. Yeah, and not to rehash this thing, but if you were signing DeMar, if you were going to sign DeMar, either a conversation needed to be had on behalf of Keegan Murray, or you just maybe had to make a decision and very much go all in. Because I said that Keegan Murray would be the Michael Porter Jr. of this Kings team. Not that they're the Nuggets, but you got Fox, obviously DeRozan, Sabonis, and then Keegan kind of gets in where he fits in. And all he does is pretty much shoot. He's not going to have that chance to grow. And that is what it is, right? But then to blow all that up, you double down, and I know it's Flashback Friday. I'm not trying to rehash it, but to double down, instead of you could have just said, we still have DeMar, cool. We're moving off of De'Aaron. Let's get a bunch of picks. I know they would have had to make that money work, but just hang with me. And now, Keegan, let's throw you to the Wolves. Let's throw you in the pool. Go down to the bottom. You know, when you'd have to pass your swimming class, you got to go to the bottom and get the weighted thing that's at the bottom of the 12-foot pool. So go see if you can get it. We're going to throw you in the pool, see if you can get it. But instead, they brought in another dude who shoots all the time, and Zach LaVine, who's making $1 billion. $1 billion. And
also gave him no point guard.
It's crazy. That's the crazy thing to me. Not, and I know we're bringing it up, but we're bringing it up from the Keegan standpoint, not just the absurdity in general. So I'm sorry if it feels like Flashback Friday, but it's just from the Keegan perspective in general. You stymied his growth. So I don't know if they've offered him money. And Keegan said, it's kind of bleep you right now, right? Because you're not putting me in a good spot. I don't think it is, because I don't know right now what team would be willing to pay Keegan more than them. And he'd be a restricted free agent, so he wouldn't have a choice. But it could be on both sides here, man, because Keegan's agent is probably saying, why do y'all keep doing this? You have one guy, right? You have one guy. And I know somebody's going to say it's on Keegan he needs to have that mental, fortitude, and he needs to be the one that needs to go forward. He needs to just force himself into the situation. Enough. Because if you're going to say that, then don't bring up Trey Murphy, who is playing on a dog doo-doo team. Okay? Don't bring up these guys.
Larry Markkinen.
Bring up that example. Bring up the Keegan Murray. If you are going to text in and call in talking about Keegan should have done this or that, give me that example of the dude that was put in a similar situation than Keegan and still powered through. That's all you got to do. And I'll say, okay, cool. I didn't think of that one. You got to give me that, though, because somebody always says he should have powered through anyway. The only thing I will say about Keegan is that rookie season he balled out, And they did give him an opportunity sophomore season, and he did not show up. He did not show up offensively. Part of that was because of what they asked him to do defensively. And Mike Brown was honest about that. But that second year, they gave him 1 year. And then they said, all right, now we're going to throw people in your way. And we're going to keep doing it. 916-339-1140, 12 o'clock hour coming up. And it is filled with good stuff. We bring up that point guard I've been discussing. It's just time to go get him. It's just time to go get him. Okay? We still have that Devin Carter deal that we're going to discuss. And how bad is DeMar's defense? Well, there is a metric out there to help us out. Allen Stiles, Sac Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Labor Day, our annual celebration of workers and their achievements, was first observed in New York, and the first Monday in September became a national holiday in 1894. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. Each year we commemorate Labor Day with parades, picnics, and family gatherings. And right now, Naturewood Home Furnishings is celebrating with their exceptional whole store Labor Day sale. Would you like to refresh your living room? Would you like to restyle your bedroom? Maybe you want to redesign your home office. No matter whether it's your dining room, kids' rooms, accents, or accessories, Naturewood's unique store-wide Labor Day sale offers savings in every department and savings on every brand like Stanton, Omnia, Stickley, Flex Steel, and all the rest of the award-winning furniture. When it comes right down to it, it's all about choices and always about quality. Visit Naturewood Home Furnishings right now for this remarkable Labor Day sale. Off Highway 50 at Hazel, look for the water wheel.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
Golf.com's Josh Sens offers 5 common golf course maintenance mistakes and tips to correct them. You've hit the green, and to fix your divot, you jam your tool underneath the ball mark and lift the soil, but the right way is to circle the edges of the mark with your tool, gently pulling the turf toward the center. Second, when fixing divots in the fairway, fill it with sand until it's level with surrounding turf, and gently smooth it with your foot. Third, when the course imposes the 90-degree rule, it means to stay on the cart path until you can turn at a right angle to your ball, minimizing wear and tear on the turf. 4, when you're driving on the course, proceed at a modest pace and avoid staked and roped-off areas. Avoid sharp turns, wet turf, bunker edges, tees, and greens. The superintendent will applaud you. 5, in a bunker, rake the sand smoothly and exit as you entered from the low side. Tap the sand from your shoes and leave it as if you weren't there. And now that you know, make sure your foursome knows as well. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
This is Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports 1140, and the big deals are rolling in at Folsom Buick's GMC's end of summer sales event. Right now, take home the 2025 Sierra 1500 Crew Cab Denali with $13,500 off MSRP, or lease it for just $699 a month for 24 months with $5,999 due at signing. This is your chance to drive the bold and powerful Sierra 1500 Crew Cab built to stand out on the road. When the summer ends, so do these deals. So don't miss out. Visit FolsomBuick.com today.
Listen to the 49er Rewind daily. Brought to you by Mountain Mike's Pizza, the official pizza of the 49ers. Mountain Mike's Pizza. Pizza the way it ought to be.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave here for Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room, inviting you to come join them every Wednesday for their midweek madness drawing, giving away $2,000 in total cash starting at 6 p.m. It's a safe and friendly environment, plenty of well-lit parking available, and it's conveniently located right there in downtown Sacramento. And remember, best food, best service, best games, 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com and gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Time now for your Sacktown Sports 49ers report, brought to you by Kia of Vacaville, conveniently located beside the Vacaville outlets. The Niners finished preseason play on Saturday with a 30-23 win over San Diego. Curtis Robinson had a 32-yard interception return for the go-ahead touchdown, and Tariq Owens, son of Terrell Owens, caught a touchdown pass. The 49ers start for real a week from Sunday. They're in Seattle. Listen all season long to 49er football right here on Sacktown Sports 1140.
Football season is here at Kia of Vacaville. You can score big in a new 2025 Kia Niro LX with up to 53 MPG combined at Kia of Vacaville. Perfect for road trips, tailgates, and cruising to Levi Stadium in style and comfort. But don't wait. Inventory is limited at Kia of Vacaville, and these deals won't last long. Visit KiaVacaville.com or stop by right next to the Vacaville outlets for friendly service, easy shopping, and unbeatable value. All in one stop. Kia of Vacaville, where the adventure begins.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sacktown Sports 1140. Live and local.
It's Allen Stiles
on Sacktown Sports.
2 hours down, 2 to go. And I asked the question, who else was put in a similar situation as Keegan Murray and ended up showing up and showing out and turning himself into a real ball player. Now, the name on the text line that popped up is Austin Reeves. Okay? Austin Reeves, this is a different, I'm not saying things should be handed to you, but Austin Reeves is a different situation because nobody saw the Austin Reeves situation coming, right? It is a thing in all sports that when you are drafted pretty high, normally they give you a decent opportunity, which is why Kuminga is so upset with the Warriors. But that type of stuff matters. So Austin Reeves is different because he kind of snuck up on people versus being put in a situation where you're supposed to be a guy, but they keep bringing in people that are taking shots away from you. And I would still say Austin Reeves, I mean, who did he leapfrog? Right? Those Laker teams just weren't, off the top of my head, those Laker teams just weren't terribly good. And that gave him an opportunity to kind of do his thing. Who is the guard or whoever that he was leapfrogging in those situations?
This is going to be kind of mean, but if you remember Austin Reeves, who was the second round pick in 2021, which means his rookie season when he really kind of came out of nowhere and started proving himself was the year that Westbrook was on the Lakers and things went really bad. So the person who was supposed to prove himself that Austin Reeves surpassed was Malik Monk.
Okay.
Which is not, again, kind of rude, but the answer to your question is Malik Monk. That was the starting two guard on the Lakers that year.
Right. But that's my point. You're not bringing in DeMar DeRozan and saying, who cares? You should still be. You're not bringing in DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine, right? Those two guys. Malik Monk, it was not going to be top 20 in field goal attempts.
No, it was a 1-year contract they signed him to because if I remember correctly, I think it was like 90% of their salary cap was going to Westbrook, LeBron, and Anthony Davis.
Just look at a guy that's from the 530. Just look at a guy like Siakam, young dude thrown into the storm with all these players like Kawhi, Kyle Lowry, DeRozan before Kawhi. He was the younger dude on that experienced Raptor team, but he found a way to propel him to be the second best player and eventually the best player. If you want to be a star, you got to find a way regardless of who's on the team. I mean, I guess you're not wrong, but
the other point is he was the 27th pick in the draft.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying everything has to be rolled out for you, but again, and Siakam that's probably a decent shout, right? But again, you're double trouble here. You're double trouble talking about Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan. If it was just if it was, let's say they make the deal, it's a bunch of young dudes that aren't going to play. Malik is your starting two guard, so it's DeMar DeRozan, Malik, Keegan Murray, Domantas Sabonis, and I don't know, Dennis Schroeder, right? Keegan Murray in that situation has to be the second option, right? Closer to second or third option, closer to second and third. We're having a completely different conversation, and I'm not going to unearth the Raptors roster because I do understand your point 530. And I'm not even saying you're wrong. I'm just saying you brought in two guys that are top 26. And I know no one is going to have this specific situation, but that's kind of the point. That's kind of the point.
So you've given me a challenge, and I think I may have found the example we're looking for here. So I will give you 6th pick in the NBA draft.
Okay.
All rookie first teamer, but what did not become the full-time starter until year 5. And never averaged up to that point more than 10 points per game. Now, this is a little bit earlier, so Keegan averaging 15 is pretty similar to averaging 10 per game. That person is Marcus Smart, or Marcus Smart, as I like to call him. Lottery pick, all NBA, or all rookie first teamer, but they never let Avery Bradley go out of the starting lineup.
Right.
And so he just kind of was slumming it on the bench, and then eventually he forced his way into that Celtics starting lineup on his second contract.
Yeah.
But that's also tough because the Celtics were competing for championships versus the Kings, which are fighting for the play-in.
Yeah.
But I think that's the closest example I could throw out there.
And even still, and I hear what you're saying, that's still breaking into a starting lineup is just not as nuanced as priority from a scoring perspective.
Well,
that's what this is.
Yeah, and then again, I don't think in terms of scoring perspective, you have to be given the runway because all these dudes can shoot. Isaac Jones out here putting up 40 in the G League. Like, all these dudes can score.
Yeah. All right. Well, some good notes from Kyle and from some of the texters and callers. By the way, we are less than an hour away giving away tickets to Justin Moore at Hard Rock Live. They've been going like hotcakes. If you're listening on the Sacktown Sports app, be sure to hop on over to the YouTube, okay, just to make sure your timing is correct. Give yourself a chance to win those tickets. If you're on the TuneIn app as well, 916-339-1140. That's coming up at 1 o'clock. We will give away last chance to win those Justin Moore tickets and get that ribeye at Hard Rock Live. Ribeye not included, but seems like a great place to go before the concert. We were basically going back and forth on DeMar's defense yesterday. And this was pretty eye-opening from our friends at the B-Ball Index. The bottom 5 in primary defender involvement rate. Okay, so to put in layman's terms, these players guard the ball the least. They're getting hidden. Okay, they're being hidden. Number 5 on this list, LeBron James. Number 4, Bryce Sensabaugh. Number 3, Brandon Ingram. Number 2, DeMar DeRozan. And number 1, which is crazy because he's probably still top in charges because he's just running from being off ball, Kyle Lowry, the original Big Dumper.
I was hoping that nickname would be on his Basketball Reference, but it is not. Before we go into the DeMar DeRozan point, do you know how sad that is if you're Bryce Sensabaugh?
Yeah.
And they go, like, what are you bringing on offense for the terrible?
Yeah.
Your 10 points per game on the 15-win Utah Jazz are so valuable that they have to hide you on defense.
That's crazy. I mean, you're being hidden on, and I get it. Young guys got to figure it out. You're 21 years old. Okay.
But like with
71 games, 10.9 points per game, 42% from 3, 45% from the field. Come on, dude.
Yeah, but like
who are they hiding him with? You're so bad. Just, no. If I was a coach, I would say, don't switch anything. Bryce, you gonna learn today. You can't be hiding dudes and being a bad team. Now I get it. I guess you could say the same thing about DeRozan, but at least he's a Hall of Famer. And Brandon Ingram, he barely played, it feels like, this past season. But you can't You are not allowed to hide anyone if you are top 3 in the lottery.
But again, at least it's like LeBron James. Okay, they're hiding him because he's old.
Right.
I get it. Kyle Lowry, they're hiding him because he's old.
Right.
DeRozan, they're hiding him because he's old, but he's great on offense. Brandon Ingram, they're hiding him because he's great on offense. With Brandon Ingram also, buddy, how? Bryce Sensabaugh, you're not like so good that they need to hide you on defense. Why are you even playing if they have to hide you on defense? Yeah. Is that 42% from 3 and 20 minutes per game on the bad Utah Jazz so valuable?
Hiding LeBron James, hiding Brian, and the Jazz, they're so bad they probably don't even know that they're hiding him. They don't know what the hell they're doing anyway.
What, Cody Williams is switching on everything?
Yeah, I don't know what's happening out there. Brandon Ingram, that's bad, dude.
But at least he's a former All-Star.
Yeah, but I think that's pretty bad if you're Brandon Ingram. You can't, no.
The other part, you can't be 7 feet tall and not be able to defend.
DeMar DeRozan, I wouldn't say it's bad. DeMar DeRozan, Kyle Lowry, I wouldn't say it's bad, and it's funny, to former teammates. I wouldn't say it's bad. Not as bad as Bryce Sensabaugh or Brandon Ingram. And LeBron, it's fine because he's LeBron. I wouldn't say it's bad, but it is at the very least eye-opening for DeMar that this is what the Kings have right now. And when you talk about trade conversations and who might be interested in DeMar, this is a thing. So defensively, you better be good enough to make up for it, right? And the Kings, they hit him, and maybe the Kings shouldn't hide him. You just hit him, and you missed the playoffs. Just let him out there. If you need DeMar DeRozan on this team so badly, then, and we're leading by example, just lead the brother out there and see what happens.
But you gotta guard Mikal Bridges, my guy.
Because funny enough, this does not count because somebody on the text line brought up, remember DeMar trying to hold Aaron Gordon. This specific metric has nothing to do with that because this is the fact that this is based on how often they don't let DeRozan do stuff like that. So maybe I'm saying just let him out there and see what happens. But we saw that. Here's the thing. There is somebody I do tend to believe because the way they hide him is that he's guarding typically the player that is the least gifted offensive player on the other team.
Or he's guarding the guy who sits in the corner and shoots threes.
Yes, that's the same thing. They're not one of the first 3 options offensively.
They're just like, hey, if guy drives right, just kind of give like a little right. a little half commit to guard him and you're good.
So if that's already the case and you didn't make the playoffs, I mean, I guess you were in the play-in and they're not even slated to make the play-in this season, you have to wonder, is this something I can change or is this something that we just have to power through? And on top of the conversations, now, do I think Russell Westbrook is that much better of a defender than Malik Monk? No, I don't. And we know Malik Monk is better offensively. I think Russell Westbrook is better. But I think that's something to keep in mind with this Malik Monk stuff. You have somebody, now I don't know who they were trying to acquire for Malik Monk in addition to Russell Westbrook, but this just goes to the point of having DeMar, Malik, and Zach LaVine on the floor at the same time is not a thing that can happen. So if they feel that Russell is that much better defensively, you already know you're stuck having to hide DeMar on whoever the least gifted non-center is. So whoever else is on the floor and you're going to have to play DeMar and Zach LaVine at the same time. Zach LaVine might be on this list if he wasn't on the same team as DeMar. The rest of your lineup has got to be stud muffins defensively, which leaves Malik out. And, the whole thing about Malik's been a great King and we enjoy what he brings to the organization. I don't think they're lying. I definitely don't think they're lying about any of that. But if you look at numbers like this, those are 3 guys making, and Malik is right under 20 mil and up, that you can't play together. That's bad.
Well, and the other part, and you kind of touched on it a second ago, is like, according to our friends at B-Ball Index and their LeBron rating, which, again, I have to hit myself with the sound. Nice. According to them, DeMar DeRozan's not even the worst defender in the Kings starting lineup now. And part of it with LaVine is that it's more of an effort thing than it is with DeRozan, right? Because DeRozan's old, undersized, playing the 3 where he's guarding guys who on some teams are 6'8". Like, I get it why you need to hide DeRozan. With LaVine, it's like you are 6'6", you are guarding mostly 2s. It's closer to an effort thing with Zach LaVine than it is for DeRozan. I'm not questioning like LaVine's not trying hard on defense. It's like LaVine has more skill sets to be at least a below average defender. There's very little reason why he should be the worst defender on the court anytime, any team.
Yeah, agreed. So you got LaVine. They're taking shots. Again, now I'm turning into Keegan's agent again. So you bring these dudes in. They're taking shots. They don't defend anybody. And you expect Keegan to take this leap offensively. When you're taking away their shots or his shots offensively, you're making him guard a bunch of people defensively. This is the type of stuff that even when I asked to bring up other names, this is a very specific situation that Keegan is in. And as Keegan's agent on this show today, I'm going to need 130. And that's where the conversation starts. Okay? That's where it starts for me.
Well, this is also funny because it brought me back to the segment you were having before, which is I know Keegan's agent is negotiating it, but now I just can't stop thinking about Keegan at the negotiating table telling Scott Perry, hey, Scott, go screw yourself. We're not taking anything less. Not a single penny.
Or just him he wouldn't even be in there, yes.
Instead of slamming down the table, he just quietly backs up his chair and stands up.
Just, hey, guys, you're lowballing me here, okay? I need Jabari who? I just want one clip of Keegan saying Jabari who?
It's disrespectful.
It's disrespectful.
This is, guys, this is disrespectful.
DeMar, Zach LaVine, you're just not putting him in a good position. DeMar, you're literally having to hide him. And now Malik Monk is on the trade table because of it, right? Not just him, I would say. And again, it's not just DeMar. It was the doubling down with Zach LaVine because Scott Perry is right. You cannot have these 3 guys. They can't play together. You can't have 3 guys making 20 mil and up that you cannot play together. Well, and really 4 because Domantas Sabonis, right? If Rudy Gobert, obviously he's more of a rim protector. He's not gonna help on the perimeter at all. But if Rudy Gobert was at least deterring people, maybe the 3 of them would make a little bit more sense. But you definitely can't have those 3 and then have your center be Domantas Sabonis. That can't happen.
Or Drew Eubanks.
Yeah, that is not a recipe for success. So
well, doesn't this go back to the golden rule thing we kind of talked about at the end of last year?
I would say so. And that's where this whole thing is at right now. And the Kings have some tough decisions to make. And I wish them well. Yeah, the 916 watching Aaron Gordon continually own DeRozan told me all I need to know about his defense. I'm right there with you.
While that one quarter was really bad, I feel like when later in the year they had Zion on DeRozan, that's when I was like, what are we doing right now?
And that's not right. And we joke about it because it was so ridiculous to witness, but that's not really on DeRozan. I think the whole thing about the DeRozan defense is that, and this is what we talked about at the roundtable, or Brendan and I, what you're getting into with DeMar DeRozan at this point in his career. So if you are saying, oh no, come on, DeRozan, if that's what you're saying defensively, you've probably put DeRozan in a bad spot and your team is probably in a bad spot, right? At 36 years old, if the weight of the world is on the shoulders of DeMar DeRozan's defense, you're probably not a well-constructed team. That's just, and I'm giving him an out here, but that's just the truth. That is the truth.
While he's also playing a position that, while I understand wings in the NBA have kind of changed the game from shooting guard and small forward, you're playing a position that outside of one season with the Chicago Bulls, he's basically never played in his career, which is guarding threes on defense.
Yeah. So it's not so much to bag on DeMar DeRozan. It's more so to say you definitely need to help him out. Right? You know what you're getting. You knew what you were getting into. And for some reason, we're sitting here talking about Russell Westbrook and moving on from Devin Carter, who does play defense, by the way.
So this is going to be a little rude, and I don't mean to be, but thanks to our friends at B-Ball Index and their LeBron ranking, I have all 15 seasons of DeMar DeRozan's career up right now. If you had to guess, how many of those 15 seasons was DeMar DeRozan a plus defender? At entire career, 15 seasons, how many years was he a positive defender based on Basketball Reference's D LeBron ranking?
4.
It was 2. 2 seasons.
When were they?
It was 2019 on the Spurs and 2023 on the Bulls.
It's kind of recent.
Yeah, but they also weren't asking him to be a terrific scorer. By the way, they have it categorized like red, orange, yellow too. The number of seasons his defense is in the red is 9. So 9 of his 15 seasons in the NBA, he has been a bad defender. So even the best version of DeMar DeRozan was not this excellent defender. Now he's 36 years old and guarding Jaden McDaniels.
Yeah, that's not going to, come on now. You got him guard. You're not setting him up for success. To that point, but if you're going to say that, and if you're going to bring up, well, in 2023, they weren't asking him to do as much offensively, and he was on the Bulls, so who else was on the Bulls? Zach LaVine. I don't know if he was playing at that time, but now you're bringing me back to Keegan to say, okay, well, you can have DeMar on the team and not have him shoot 8,000 times a game. So is that on the coach? Is that on DeMar? Is that on Keegan? But you're kind of helping the argument of we want to see what Keegan can do because, yeah, at some point he does have to take the bull by the horns. And if he can't show out when the other guy on the team, yeah, Zach LaVine is Zach LaVine, but the other guy is a 36-year-old DeMar who you can make the argument, look, DeMar turns into DeMar mode and gets in the office when nobody else is doing anything. So if Keegan Murray is going to be the guy every night, DeMar doesn't have to go into the office as much. That's probably your best argument, right? If you can't overcome a 36-year-old DeMar DeRozan and clearly prove that you are better offensively, then that's why you're not getting more than Jabari Smith Jr. money. And that's why the conversations and how they've gone as far as DeMar DeRozan taking this many shots, he took those many shots, Keegan, because you weren't good enough offensively. And you want to get paid that type of money. You want to get paid more than Jabari Smith Jr. You got to show that you can do both. So that, after all that, showing how bad DeMar DeRozan is defensively somehow turned into the counter argument for Keegan Murray being put in a bad spot. I don't know how, but it makes sense to me.
I think this is the most fitting way to close out the segment, which is if we're comparing this Kings team to the model of the 2023 Bulls, a truly depressing exercise. But if we were to look at the 2023 Bulls, who won 40 games in the East, that team also had Patrick Beverley and Alex Caruso starting at their guard positions. This is, again, after LaVine was kind of moved to the 3-4 kind of spot. But for the back half of the season, it was Patrick Beverley and Alex Caruso, arguably the best defensive backcourt in the NBA, which probably helped DeMar DeRozan's defensive ability based on the fact that they, again, had Alex Caruso starting at the point guard position.
All I need to know is when they played the Nuggets, did he guard Aaron Gordon? That's all I need to know.
It was either him or Patrick Williams.
916-339-1140. All right. From becoming a Devin Carter defender to shipping him out for this high-level young prospect. Let's bust open the trade machine when we return. Now, Sal, Sacktown Sports.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by the Roseville Auto Mall.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA3 Weather Center. It's finally Friday, stepping into a holiday weekend and feeling the sunshine and the heat today. Temperatures will peak in the mid to upper 90s with light southwesterly winds. Overnight lows will drop off to the upper 50s and low 60s first thing Saturday morning. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA3 News and the KCRA3 app.
The Roseville Auto Mall is Northern California's ultimate destination when looking for your next vehicle. Find the largest selection with 20 top brands and get huge savings during our Labor Day sales event going on now at the Roseville Auto Mall, driven to be the best.
When you bundle renters and auto with Progressive, you can save while protecting your most valuable possessions, like your priceless vinyl collection. Sure, you sleep on a futon because the money most people would have spent on a bed you spent on more records. But forget the fact that you can stream just about any song ever created for a few dollars a month. No, you need to listen to music in the most difficult way possible. So go ahead and get Progressive so you can save while protecting the things that matter to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
For over 90 years, Hagen Oaks has partnered with the biggest brands in golf to bring cutting-edge technology to your game. Our one-of-a-kind total game fitting offers a level of experience and precision that is unmatched. From driver to putter, footwear to golf balls, our TrackMan-powered performance studios, 3D footwear scanner, and Ping's Ballnamic ball fitting kiosk ensure every piece of your gear is tailored to your swing. Trust the experts at the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Total game fitting starts here.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with special guests Mitchell Tenpenny, Mocash, Vincent Mason, and Abriana. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo with RVs of Sacramento and the Smud Museum of Science and Curiosity. Tickets at CITPFest.com.
The clock is ticking, and Rivercats baseball season is almost over. Catch the final games of the 2025 season with brand new giveaways, prime matchups, and the energy of Sutter Health Park. Whether it's a weekend game with friends or a fun evening out, the Rivercats have you covered. Get your tickets at rivercats.com and enjoy the final days of Rivercats baseball.
Stockton Honda cranks up the savings with amazing deals during the Honda Summer Event happening now. Whether you're shopping new or pre-owned, you'll find unbeatable selection, serious savings, and top dollar for your trade. From quick crosstown drives to full-blown road trips. Wherever you're headed, Stockton Honda is ready to help you get there in style. Start your summer adventures at Stockton Honda or StocktonHonda.com.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Hey, Shark fans. The Esquire IMAX Theater in downtown Sacramento is showing the original blockbuster from 1975, Jaws, 15th anniversary, the IMAX experience.
You yell shark, we've got a panic on our hands on the 4th of July.
Remastered by IMAX for surround sound and crystal clear images. The original Jaws gripping suspense is a must-see on the Esquire IMAX Theater 6-story screen. Get reserved seats early to limited screenings at IMAX.com/Sacramento. Jaws playing this week only at the Esquire IMAX Theater.
Allen Stiles here with your Sacktown Sports Injury Update, brought to you by DTLA Law Group. Luis Severino, out with that left oblique strain, has resumed playing catch, and his expected return is late August. Grant Holman, out with that strained right middle finger, expected return is TBD, but he has started gripping drills and is building toward a throwing progression. Hopefully, he'll be back soon. That was your Sacktown Sports Injury Update, brought to you by Downtown LA Law Group. Hey, I'm Allen Stiles. Injured at work? Call downtown. DTLA Law Group. California's leading injury law firm. With over 40 lawyers throughout California, they have won over $500 million in settlements. DTLA Law Group will get you compensation for your work injury. You don't pay unless they win. That's right. You pay zero up front. Call downtown. Text injury help to 40222. That's injury help to 40222. Visit them at calldowntown.com. Text charges may apply.
Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Taking you up to 2 p.m. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Allen Stiles.
That's right. And we are about to open up the club. No. We're going to open up the trade machine. We're going to enter into the trade machine. Okay? And we are doing it for a player that I think he's got a little bit of wiggle. Okay, got a little bit of wiggle.
Not Keegan, hopefully.
It's not Keegan. Not yet. Oh, by the way, real quick, now you got me going. If they were going to do this, because I said this to you, Kyle, during the break, if they were going to do this, what the Kings have done with DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine, is it crazy to say they should have just done the Lauri Markkanen deal? Is that crazy?
Well, my first instinct is, well, they shouldn't have, because then they would have had to pay Markkanen's contract. But if they had traded for Markkanen, he would have been ineligible for the Supermax. So they only would have had to pay him a max, which means they wouldn't be paying Zach LaVine $49 million right now. So I guess my answer is yes, only because they could not have done worse than the De'Aaron Fox deal.
And you would have had De'Aaron. I guess I don't know if they brought in DeRozan instead of Markkanen. You probably could have had both.
If they gave up draft picks for Markkanen, yeah, because Markkanen at the time was only making like 20-something million, so they could have gotten Herter, Keegan, probably just Keegan. Honestly, now that I think about it,
I think it would have been fine with just Keegan, and then you would have had De'Aaron, DeRozan, Markkanen, Sabonis. I was gonna say maybe you start Monk. Okay, well that defense is bad.
Let's go Keon Ellis.
Yeah, that you go Keon there.
Fox, Keon, DeRozan, Markkanen, Sabonis.
That could have cooked a little bit. Malik off the bench. If I knew that this is what was going to happen and they were just going to keep bringing in dudes that don't defend and only shoot, I would have said, well, just go get Markkanen then.
You would have had to give up draft picks, but at least you wouldn't be the Sacramento Bulls.
Right. And I don't think that team gets blown up. I think that team would have at least been fun, but hey, we'll never know. I guess we'll never know. 916-339-1140 as we look to the future, and the future is here. Okay. Can I just be very clear with you that the future is here? Olivier Maxence Prosper. 6'8", power forward, and he doesn't have the runway. 52 games last season on a bad Mavericks team. 3.9, still good enough to embarrass the Kings at home. 3.9 points per game, 2.4 rebounds per game, 0.8 assists per game, 40% from the field, 23% from three, 64% from the free throw. Look, he's a project, okay? He is a project, that's for sure. But I'm telling you what, he's 23 years old from Montreal, Canada. I am telling you what, I fired up. Technically, he was drafted to the Kings initially, 24th pick in 2023. I grinded the film on Maxence Prosper. All right. I guess it's actually Kyle Olivier Maxence.
Maxence.
Yes. Prosper is it's singular last name, how it's written, because the dash is between the Olivier and the Maxence.
Olivier Maxence.
Yes. Prosper is just by, so I could just say Prosper.
So it's Carl Anthony situation.
Yes, that's exactly right. So this Prosper film, the dude And I understand now because I didn't understand when Whitey said it and he brought up Kuminga. He said, if you don't get Kuminga, I think this is a shout. And he said, Allen, this guy seems right up your alley. To be transparent with you, I hadn't grinded the film yet. That was a couple days ago. Last night, I got to grind the film. Whitey Gleason is spot on. Spot on.
Knows you well.
We need this guy, okay? And you do this deal, Kyle. This is the research that I did on Olivier Maxence. Mavs have a lot of guards, but they pretty much only have scoring guards, all right? They have, like I said, you got Dante Exum, who's a little bit older. They're young, Hardy, scoring guard, right? Christie, scoring guard. They don't really have that rugged defending guard. So Devin Carter, come on down. So Devin Carter for Olivier Maxence Prosper makes all too much sense to me. Again, if you insist on this Westbrook thing, then you can bring in Westbrook because a guard would be gone. Olivier is barely making any money anyway. Same with Devin Carter. It's that simple. It's real. It could all be that simple. Because I didn't know. Here's the thing. I know he can't shoot, but I didn't know his handle was like that. His handle is tight. He's boogieing on people at 6'8". He's dancing at 6'8". Obviously, he's a very, I guess, physical player, right? He's trying to get downhill and get to the rack, but he can handle the rock, dude. He might handle the rock better than Devin Carter. It's possible. Maybe than Keon Ellis. It's very possible.
So is your vision to have him play as a wing or have him play as a power forward?
Just get this 6'8" dude in the building.
We'll figure it out later.
And we'll figure it out later. I was not familiar with his game. Look, he is raw. Okay, he is very raw. But this is a team that if you're going in this direction, Kyle, I mean, I'm telling you, behind the back, wiggle from a 6'8" position. There's nobody. It's the same Kuminga. He's got a better handle than Kuminga. Kuminga's a better shooter. Kuminga's better offensively. But there's nobody on the Kings team right now with this profile. It's the same thing we talked about with Sohan and Kuminga. They have nobody like this with this profile. Go get him.
And he's also technically younger than Devin Carter.
Bring him home.
Yeah.
Bring him. He was drafted to the Kings. Bring him home.
He wore the hat on draft day. I'll never forget. This was early in my time working here, but we used to do a draft show, and it was Jason Ross in that chair, Chris Watkins, myself, and we heard the news that they had drafted Olivier Maxence Prosper, and Chris Watkins was like, yes! And then we found out immediately they are trading the pick to Dallas and sending Rashawn Holmes, which at the time we had a Rashawn Holmes jersey in here, so we were like in memoriaming Rashawn Holmes' career. But for 30 seconds, Chris Watkins thought the Kings had just gotten the steal of the draft. So maybe this is completing the circle all the way back around, that now they would get a chance. Now, they probably would only have 1 year to figure out if he's worth keeping around, but they also might only have 2 years of figuring out what Devin Carter is going to be.
They're trying to get him out. So this is perfect, right? You need to move off of Devin for Westbrook. Cool. I disagree with that by itself. I'd rather do this than the 2 second rounders. Okay, and it took me until we are 2 minutes, 40 seconds in to a 5 minute and 54 second highlight reel, and I finally saw him take a shot outside of the key.
But if you're playing power forward, you're fine.
If you want Westbrook that bad, you get Westbrook and you get a 6'8", 23-year-old for a position that you actually don't have. The Westbrook thing, whatever. But give me Olivier Maxence Prosper. Get this dude in the building.
Heck, the Mavericks are basically giving him away because they want to sign Dante Exum.
Kyle, he just hit a corner three. I mean,
that's all we need.
No, the sky is the limit.
I mean, if I would feel better, not that he's going to be great, but a capable NBA player, but if you get him, Maxime, and Isaac Jones, one of those has got to hit, right?
One of them.
You just need one of them.
Yeah.
Two, I mean, we're really feeling ourselves. But if just one of them hits, then we're cooking.
Just got to spread it. Just a lot of numbers. Just get the numbers out there, spread the board, and see what hits.
Play him and Maxime together. Who cares?
It's like roulette. Just spread the board and see what hits. Yeah, I think the Kings, in theory, would have enough shooting, right? They would have enough shooting. And I know in this day and age, if you have one dude on the floor that cannot shoot, they'll get exposed. But I believe the Kings have enough. And at 23 years old, he could be a better shooter. I'm not going to give you a percentage. I was about to. But he could be a better shooter. But I'm telling you, man, I did not know that handle was like that. I need it. Or keep Devin Carter and just don't get Russell Westbrook. Those are the two options. When we return, we have the Daily Tankathon, and we have another forgotten point guard that I think might be looking for a second draft situation very soon. Allen Stiles, Sac Sports.
The Giant Summer Sale is here. Get giant savings on our Giant selection only at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? Save during the Honda Summer Event and drive a brand new Accord or Civic. See all our specials at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda. Go to FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Is your concrete sinking? Whether it's your driveway, sidewalk, or patio, those uneven surfaces are not just ugly, they're dangerous. That's where Groundworks comes in. They use state-of-the-art concrete lifting solutions to prevent tripping hazards, and they're the best at what they do. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Around here, the summer can smack you silly, especially if your AC is not functioning at a high level. Whitey Gleason here. I had the opposite problem over the winter. System went down. It was panic time, but Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating saved the day. Let them save you from unnecessary summer misery. Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating, reliable, trustworthy. They do great work. They won awards for their service. Check the reviews at leesair.com. Find out about their $99 HVAC tune-up service. Save your summer now. Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating on the web at leesair.com. License number 635355.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-406-1584. 800-406-1584. 800-406-1584.
Priority Tax Relief.
Sacramento, are you ready for live entertainment? The Sacktown Sports Live Events calendar is packed with the biggest shows. Catch country star Megan Maroney September 20th at Lake Tahoe Amphitheater at Caesars Republic. Then, don't miss the Doco Block Party Sunday, September 28th from noon to 4. Free fun for the whole family. Games, live music, kids activities, photo ops, and special offers from Doco merchants. October heats up with Keith Sweat, October 5th at Hard Rock Live Sacramento. Country bands, David Nail plays Goldfield, October 9th. The same night, comedian king Bert Kreischer takes the stage at Thunder Valley. Then it's Justin Moore, October 16th at Hard Rock Live, followed by hilarious comic Jimmy Carr on October 17th. November brings big laughs with Trevor Noah, November 9th at Thunder Valley. And check out the Isley Brothers November 14th at Hard Rock Live Sacramento. Don't miss a moment. Get tickets now and see the full lineup at sactownsports.com.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya guselkumab may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
The Labor Day Sell-a-thon is on at Folsom Lake Ford. Right now, with your approved credit, get 0% financing, plus 0 down, plus no payments for 90 days on select new Fords. Hurry to Folsom Lake Ford today. Interest accrues from date of purchase.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140
on Sactown Sports.
We were in the trade dungeon in the last segment, and we're going to head back to the trade dungeon. But this time, the trade dungeon is going to feature someone we haven't talked about in a while. And that's right. And Brendan Nunez is to blame for this, okay? Or he should get the kudos for this, because it's something that I hadn't thought about in a while, or someone. And I don't know if a lot of people are thinking about this person, all right? And Reed Sheppard is apparently supposed to help the Rockets next season, but he's literally, and I don't know, maybe this will be good for him, but you still have Fred VanVleet. He's basically going to back up Fred VanVleet on a team that has added Kevin Durant and is clearly in go mode. Right, clearly in go mode. And Brendan Nunez brought up not Fred VanVleet. He brought up Reed Sheppard's name yesterday at 21 years old, and it got me thinking: is there anything the Kings could do to get a young point guard that they could mold? Because as we mentioned, the same way I don't know if the Giants right fielder is on the roster right now. Maybe it's Luis Matos. I'm not sure. I don't know if the Kings point guard of the future is on the roster right now. I feel more certain that the Giants might have their right fielder on the roster than I do that the Kings have their point guard of the future on the roster. So that means you might need to go out and get somebody. And why not go get someone in Reed Sheppard, who I was not initially high on Reed Sheppard. I don't know how high I am on Reed Sheppard right now, but depending on how much it would cost, I would at least be interested in that conversation if the Rockets are willing to have it, because the Rockets kind of have bigger fish to fry at this point. I obviously they're not paying Reed anything, but they could use on the other side what? Now, I mean, Dennis Schroeder's probably too much because they do have Fred VanVleet, but Fred VanVleet missed a bunch of games last season as well. So I don't know what they expect from Reed Sheppard, but what I do know is that Reed Sheppard is not going to be anything better than the fourth option ever when he is on the floor in the 2025-2026 season.
We also don't know how much he's even going to be on the floor next season for them. I mean, he is the backup point guard, but
they could run Amen Thompson. They could do some different things. Kevin Durant handles the rock.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the Suns played all of last year with only Tyus Jones at the point guard position, so they had some Devin Booker, some Kevin Durant.
Right.
You know, I think that Reed Sheppard is going to have to earn his keep onto the floor. I mean, with this Rockets team, it's not a situation where it's like, oh, well, we have to play him 15 to 20 minutes a game because we kind of have to figure out how good he's going to be. No, this Rockets team is trying to win right now.
Right,
and
not anymore.
They will be able to replace the backup point guard skill set that they're hoping Reed Sheppard brings. But if he's not bringing it, they will be able to find other options.
All right, Kyle, let's hear what you've cooked up.
All right, we have this is great. This feels like a trade candidate of the day. Remember that back in May and June?
Little
throwback here for our boy Reed Sheppard. So first one is just as simple as I can make it for you. It works because the Rockets have or the Kings and Rockets both have flexibility under the first apron. Reed Sheppard for Keon Ellis and a protected first round pick. So you're giving up on...
Wait.
Yeah. Keon Ellis.
Keon and a first, Kyle?
Well, protected first.
Are you a little rusty at this?
No.
Are you a little rusty?
You're saying this is the number 3 pick in last year's draft, Allen.
Bad draft,
but...
Not playing.
Keon Ellis would be the backup to Amen Thompson.
Nothing on tape for Reed.
Look, Reed Sheppard is 20 years old.
Kyle.
Keon Ellis is going to be their backup shooting guard. Unless Reed Sheppard is damaged goods, which we're not assuming he is at this point.
They got nowhere to put Reed, though. But they don't have to do anything. Don't get me wrong.
That's the counterpoint, is they don't have to do anything. This would be the reason the Rockets would consider it is to fill an immediate need.
Right. I agree. This is basically the Brendan deal.
Yes.
This is what Brendan brought up yesterday.
Basically, they would take the money they're paying Reed Sheppard right now, which is like $11 million, and give it to Keon Ellis. Now, do they sell low in doing that? What do you think? Because again, Keon Ellis is never going to be the ceiling of what they're hoping Reed Sheppard would be.
You think they would say no to top 14?
I said top 10. Let's
Keon and a first, which is crazy because that's when I got in all the trouble for Keon and a first, Keon and a protected first for Kuminga. So what sounds crazier? Keon and a first for Kuminga or Keon and a first for Reed Sheppard? I believe it sounds crazier to say Keon and a first for Reed Sheppard. I think. At least Kuminga has scored 20 points in a playoff game.
Reed Sheppard's also not that much younger than Jonathan Kuminga, but I think most people would say the ceiling on where Reed Sheppard was drafted would be higher. But you're right. I think right now most people would trade Jonathan Kuminga, but you'd be getting Jonathan Kuminga at a value, potentially.
Right. Yeah.
Versus Sheppard, again, we talk about the team control. They would have 3 years of team control on Kuminga versus 7 to 8 on Reed Sheppard.
I'm torn on this one because like I said, I wasn't a huge Reed Sheppard guy going into that draft. I did like what he has done in Summer League and in the G League so far, but he's got nothing to show for himself at the NBA level. Now, I was the one who talked about Keon and a protected first for Kuminga. So that's why I'm bringing up that comparison. And I don't think that was crazy. I'd probably do it because to me, it more so accelerates the process of, hey, can we just be done with whatever this thing is? With Reed, if you look at ceilings, if I'm barely doing it for Kuminga, I don't think I can do it for Reed.
That's totally fair.
I can't do it for Reed because I don't think Reed Sheppard's ceiling is as high as Kuminga's.
That is a fair assessment right now. Even though he was the 3rd pick in the draft, he has shown less than probably.
Funny enough, that Sam, and I believe it was Sam Vecini, Where did Reed Shepherd was? I don't remember seeing Reed Shepherd's name in that redraft of that draft, because that was the same draft with Devin Carter, right?
Yeah. No. Yes.
So where did he redraft Reed Shepherd?
That's a good question.
I don't know where he would have been. He didn't play.
I mean, he played mostly in the G League last year, so that's a good question. I think, Kuminga is more valuable right now than Reed Shepherd, because while Reed Shepherd was the number 3 pick in the draft, he's looking a little busty right now. Don't quote me on that, but hey now, but looking a little busty.
We'll double check on the other side, and Kyle has another draft for us.
This one you might feel better about.
Yes, another trade, because I'm saying no to that first one. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Carmichael Dave here for my friends at American Energy Heating and Air. Yes, I always tell you they are a family-owned operation, been in business since 81, A-plus Better Business Bureau, but it is hot. We are in those Sacramento hot months. I want to focus on them being your second opinion partner. What does that mean? Maybe you've got somebody you're working with or you've worked with in the past in the HVAC world. Guess what? They want to give you a second opinion. How much does it cost? Nothing. You call them up and say, hey, can I get a second opinion on this deal? They come out and they either say, wow, that's a great deal, you should feel better about that. Or they say, we can beat that price. And usually they're going to beat it by a lot. Guess what? You just saved money and it didn't cost you anything to find out. It's a no-lose situation. Go with a trusted company. American Energy, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. Jingle Singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hello, I'm Frank Ocko with Retirement Security Centers with a weekly economic update. Markets began the week reeling after President Trump moved to fire Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook, sparking fears over the Fed's independence. Long-term Treasury yields jumped and the U.S. dollar weakened in response. At the same time, a new State Bank of India report warns that imposing hefty 50% tariffs on Indian goods could backfire, potentially cutting U.S. GDP growth by 40 to 50 basis points and fueling inflation. Consumer confidence slipped again in August, with the index dropping to 97.4 from 98.7 as employment worries weighed on sentiment. The short-term outlook index plunged to 74.8, well below the 80-point recession threshold. Meanwhile, Fed Chair Jay Powell appears to be treading cautiously ahead of September's rate decision, eager to cut rates amid slowing job growth, yet weary of persistent inflation pressures from tariffs, labor constraints, and rising food costs. How might this affect you or your family? Please go to frankontheradio.com to schedule an appointment, watch videos, and receive market updates. I'm ready to help you start your journey so you can define your future.
Securities and investment advisory services offered through Mosaic Wealth, member FINRA SIPC. Mosaic Wealth is separately owned, and other entities and or marketing names, products, or services referenced here are independent of Mosaic Wealth.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with special guests Mitchell Tenpenny, Low Cash, Vincent Mason, and Abriana. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo with RVs of Sacramento and the Smud Museum of Science and Curiosity. Tickets at CITPFest.com.
Just announced, Stockton Honda has been named #1 of California's best car dealers in 2025 by USA Today and Statista. This prestigious award is based on thousands of customer reviews and recommendations, ranking dealerships for service, value, and satisfaction. Out of hundreds evaluated, Stockton Honda is proud to be #1, recognized for all-around excellence and commitment to our customers. Visit Stockton Honda, where reputation meets the road.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
KHTK HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sacktown Sports 1140.
Live on October 16th, and we've got a pair of tickets for you and your friend. To see him live, we're looking for lucky caller number
6.
Wow, caller number 6. Got to time it up right. Caller number 6, 916-339-1140, 916-339-1140, 916-339-1140. Your chance to win those tickets, and your last chance to win those Justin Moore tickets and get that ribeye. Gotta be a cowboy ribeye. I meant to ask Dave Dave is definitely a rare guy, right?
I feel like medium rare. Dave is either like medium rare or like I just want a burger.
No, Dave likes the finer things. Don't let him fool you. I know that for a fact. Okay?
That's what I'm saying. It could go either way. He's either very eclectic or he's a 7-year-old.
That's right. Kyle is waiting for number 6 to come through. 916-339-1140, 916-339-1140. And I found the article from Sam Vecini redrafting the 2024 draft class, and this is what he had to say about Reed Sheppard. All right. He has Reed Sheppard going number 4. So just dropping one pick. This is what he said about Reed Sheppard. I'm fully aware of the hate I'm going to get for saying I still take Reed Sheppard ahead of some players below him after the rookie season he had. But if I'm hunting for upside, I'm still riding with Sheppard. I don't see much in terms of potential star power below this level. I can at least see a world in which Sheppard maximizes his passing and shooting ability into becoming a serious difference maker. Sheppard was stuck behind teammates on a loaded Rockets team that finished second in the West. He only saw 654 minutes, and in those minutes was not particularly effective. He struggled on defense and was inefficient as a scorer as his three-point shot didn't fall. Still, Sheppard remains a high-level ball screen creator with some awesome vision and playmaking ability mixed with elite shooting from distance. His pace and tempo were strong at Summer League, and I thought he played much better than many did, given that the team surrounding him was quite poor even by Summer League standards. So Sam Vecini doesn't have him dropping too much. And he said he was going to get hate for it, and I understand why he kind of put his own caveat in there because some people would not agree with that. The texter 530 says, Keon and a first for Sheppard, you are not sober. More like Keon for Sheppard and an unprotected first. Well, that's not going to work either, 530, but I appreciate it. As Kyle has found his winner, by the way, Kyle has found his winner. We're going to wait on Kyle because he has a second trade for us that hopefully the 530 and myself will like more. And I'm going to spend this time to talk about Sac State. And it is official. This is from our guy, Jake Gaden. It's official. Cal Expo and Sac State will begin a partnership to build a new stadium at the racetrack using the existing grandstands. The hope is the area will be the future home of Hornet football for the fall of 2026. Both sides have begun surveying the area and doing studies to see what needs to happen to move forward. Currently, they know they will need to add more stands, refresh the current ones, and add locker rooms. More to come next month in their meeting, including costs. So that was from Jake Gaden. And somebody asked Jake the question, and this person is a Sac State alum. How in the world could this facility be ready by the 2026 season? Jake says, we asked the same question. More to come, I guess. Somebody else says, terrible idea. If they had decided to play at Cal Expo while the new stadium gets built on campus, then that's fine. So a lot of people are talking about having the on-campus field, on-campus stadium versus having something off campus. It's about 15, 20 minutes. That's the type of drive from Sac State, the main Sac State campus, to Cal Expo. You know, Sac State is a commuter school. So if you are going to do it somewhere, maybe this makes the most sense, right? A spot like this makes the most sense to do it at a commuter school. I've said my piece on the off-campus stuff. My situation was a little different at Temple out there in Philly because they played at Lincoln Financial. So there's just no business with Temple football being out there, even when they were good, right? The years where they were good and kind of scratching that top 25. It doesn't look good. It's fun. I'll say this. The first couple times it's fun. You hopped on SEPTA, which is their version of BART, really. You hop on SEPTA, you have some fun on the train, and then you get to the stadium, and hopefully they're able to beat Villanova or whoever it is. But after about 2-3 times, you just don't really – then it gets cold, and now it's not going to get this cold on the West Coast, but then it gets cold. Yeah, I think I'm good. I know they're right there at top 25. I think I'm good. So that's how it happened for us. This stadium would not be anywhere near as big as Lincoln Financial. And the appetite, I think, is at least as solid as Temple, if not better, because of just, there are a couple schools out there in Philly. Sac State, it's it. It's UC Davis and Sac State. But Sac State, that is the creme de la creme of the city, right? So I think there would be, I would say, more interest for sure, and a smaller stadium. So I don't think you'd have to worry about the shots on TV of it looking terribly empty. Now, who's going to be at those games? Is this more for just the city in general than actual students? Maybe. And maybe that's not a bad thing per se. I don't know. If there are students, how many students are upset about this? I think that's where it would start. If students aren't that upset about it, then I don't think anybody needs to be that upset about it, right? If students really wanted something on campus, they're the ones on campus, and they're the ones that wouldn't have had to hop in an Uber or hop on the bus or the train, whatever it is. If they're not annoyed about it, then it doesn't really make sense for anybody else to be that upset about it, right? And we're going to see how all of that evolves and what their, student council and everything that comes with it, how they feel about it. Because there are there's more commuter schools out there than you think, right? That means that you live at home, you're off campus, whatever the case is. You don't spend, a lot of students don't spend a lot of time on that campus. And Sac State is a commuter school. So this feels like if it's going to work anywhere, it would work at a commuter school like Sac State, especially when Sac State is more so turning into another opportunity to represent the city versus this specific university pride. There are a bunch of people that love Sac State that didn't go to Sac State because it's the biggest school in the Sacramento area. It's not SF State versus University of San Francisco. It's nothing like that. It's just Sac State.
Stingers up.
Stingers up. So I think that this will work. It's a completely different situation than the only example I can bring to the table in Temple University, because it's not an NFL stadium and you're not fighting with 3, 4, 5 other schools in the same city. It's one school. It's a smaller stadium. It's 15, 20 minutes, and it's a commuter school. So it's more of a representation of the city, the venues, the things that they can do. We'll see. You know, they said the hope is for it to be done fall of 2026. I'm looking at my wrong wrist, but that's around the corner.
Well, apologies if you talked about it. We're Gary Gorder. By the way, shout out Javier, won our last pair of tickets.
There you go, Javier.
But also he's a Cowboys fan, so he's having a rough day today.
Man, yeah, well, I guess I made him feel better.
Yeah, exactly. At least he can enjoy the concert while the Cowboys are losing this year. But I'm struggling. I know not all the logistics are done, but I'm struggling to understand this. So they're going to build the stadium, but keep the racetrack stands as part of the field.
I guess build on them the grandstands.
They're going to tear up the racetrack and build a football field, but they won't have to. They won't have to build it. They won't have to build a whole stadium from scratch because they're keeping the grant. Like, it's very complicated to my understanding. But to your point, it's a commuter school. It's not that far away to get to Cal Expo. It's not like, driving to the Rose Bowl where it's 45 minutes. And B, they can obviously host other events like Country in the Park, which is always held at that grounds, in addition to just the 6 to 7 football games a year.
This is older. It's a good article, but this is, because I'd rather do this than Reddit, but I'm seeing if there's more of an updated one. Okay, well, this is slightly updated, but funny enough, this is slightly updated. College football programs that need an on-campus stadium. And I promise you, I did see the name. There's a certain name in here, but it's not on purpose. So these are the college football programs that need an on-campus stadium, according to CFB Select. They say Pitt needs an on-campus stadium. UConn needs an on-campus stadium. Miami needs an on-campus stadium. Temple needs an on-campus stadium. I'm going to save this to read later. UNLV needs an on-campus stadium. So that was in 2025, February of 2025. Now, this is from 2018. This is 23 college football teams that play home games off campus. Maybe some of them have built on campus by now, and I'm sure people will hop in. And it also has the distance, the miles from campus, all right? Number 1, Miami, 17 miles from campus, okay? Or excuse me, number 1 is Connecticut, UConn, 19 miles from campus.
I'm trying to think where they even play.
Pratt and Whitney Stadium, all right? Miami, Hard Rock Stadium, the one that Pitbull randomly is no,
that's FIU.
That's a different one.
No, the Hurricanes play at the Dolphins Stadium.
Yes, 17 miles. UCLA, Rose Bowl, 17 miles.
But that's an LA 17 miles.
Oh yeah, I mean you got to leave the day before.
So my brother went to UCLA. It's literally 45 minutes to get there.
UTSA, 15 miles. Hawaii, 9 miles. How does that happen?
Because they play at Aloha Stadium.
Yeah. South Florida, 8 miles. UNLV, they got UNLV 7, South Alabama 6, Temple 5, Washington 4. North Carolina State, 3, then the rest are 3 miles, 2 miles, and 1 mile. So that's that. You can walk. You can't walk 4, but you can walk 2.
I mean, you can walk 4 on a nice day.
4. Okay. So a lot of the teams, and I guess if we were to put Sac State on here, And we can do it. I know it was 15 minutes, Kyle, but I got to double check the actual mileage, right? But you would say that if it's 20 minutes, I don't know. It's not crazy mileage. And where would that fall on this list? I'm doing it right now.
You're talking about from Sac State to Cal Expo?
So this is 3.6. Okay, Cal Expo I just did Sac State. So that's 3.6. So that is towards the bottom of this list. It's not ridiculous.
No, it's not that far. I will say, though, when you're a college student at Sac State, do you want to make the investment of traveling 4 miles versus, like, I went to UC Davis, which is one of those schools where, again, attendance can be spotty at times at football games, but the football stadium being right across basically 2 blocks from where your dorms are makes it a lot easier to just say, oh, we're going to go to a game and just walk across the street and go to the football stadium versus either someone's got to drive or you're taking a bus, which they'll probably do shuttle buses from Sac State, but you've got to plan going on the shuttle bus and spend your whole day at the game until the shuttle bus comes back. For college students, I understand why there's maybe less of an appeal, which is kind of the point you're outlining with Temple.
Yeah, and then it just turns into, and this is what I said when you were on the phone, is there uproar, right? Do Sac State fans or Sac State students, are they upset about this? Did they want something on campus? Because if there's really no uproar, then there's no reason for anybody that isn't a student to say, oh man, they should have had it on campus. Well, who cares if the students don't seem that upset about it? And again, it's 12 minutes in red right now, okay, to get there. But yeah, I'm just not sure how many students, and we're going to do some work. And I know this all just came out yesterday. So if there is an uproar, we will hear about it, but maybe it's just not that big of a deal. And to that point, Sac State, it's all about going back to the A's, right? Representing Sacramento. And I think Sac State, they're making this decision because, hey, we might lose a percentage of students, but we're going to gain more than we lose as far as notoriety and just being a staple within the city. I saw something about Clemson, and Clemson, they weren't on this list. Seems like their spot is on campus, and Clemson, those students are not even getting tickets, right? Those students, I think that I saw it was a sophomore, and she was able to get tickets to it was a bad game, and the dad was complaining about it on social media and went viral. So you could have stuff on campus, and the kids can't even go.
Yeah, this is a very real thing, too. I know, again, I just know my brother's experience, but UCLA basketball, they have to, reserve a certain number of tickets, and kids are lined up hours in advance to try and get tickets to some of these games on game days. So for schools where that's a big deal, yeah, you have wait lists essentially for tickets because that's the thing. But at a school like Sac State, and again, I don't have the same expertise on this as like a Jake Gaydon or Jason Ross, who obviously covers it, but I assume they're doing a lot of this for money purpose, so that they can have other events.
Yes.
Because as much as Sac State is trying to make the jump to Division I and get into big money college sports, they're not at that point yet. They're not at that. They couldn't do a 20,000 seat on campus stadium that just hosts 7 football games a year and field hockey and soccer and the quote unquote non-revenue sports.
And I don't know how the rules work because, like I said, I've had, these schools, they have a lot of different type of performers, but I would imagine even if they're not that stringent of rules to have certain people perform at stuff on campus, it's probably, even if you're still within the school, being off campus probably provides the school a little bit more freedom for having certain types of shows, whatever those may be. So again, the ability to use this as something else, if it's on campus, it might come with different rules and possibly even laws of what you're able to sell and what you're able to promote and have at the stadium. And I would imagine being off campus, even if it is owned by Sac State or run by Sac State per se, there's a little bit more freedom there for a little bit more revenue opportunities.
And it's tough at a school like Sac State because right now they're in between even FCS and FBS. Like they're going to be an FCS independent with the hope of eventually getting to FBS. But if the idea is in order to get to FBS, we have to have a 20,000 seat stadium, then it feels like they're just trying to build the fastest one they can by using what's already there at the racetrack.
And maybe they are, but again, we have to wait it out a couple days and see if there are groups of Sac State students that are upset about this. Because then when you look at it like that, and I know Miami, as you mentioned, Kyle, they're playing at Dolphin Stadium, and some people probably like that. Some people probably don't. They're on a list. This is February 2025. They need their own stadium. Then you look at it and you think, okay, well, maybe this just makes the most sense right now.
Well, here's the point with the U specifically. Regardless of whether there's people who enjoy it or don't, the students are not showing up. That's the big thing about the U is that the alumni show up to the game and they get it half full, but the students don't show up to Miami.
17 miles, but this is a chicken or the egg thing. 17 miles away. That's like 30 minutes at least.
Well, especially Miami.
Well, I was going to say, that's 45 minutes away.
Exactly. So with Sac State, it's a different situation, but again, there is something, and you've outlined it, there is something to the convenience of just having a stadium there.
If you care, if you're prioritizing students, right? If in their mind, and we have to see, we'll confirm what it's supposed to seat, but in their mind, if the stadium maybe not being packed to the brim, right, gets replaced with what they're able to do as far as the other optionality that they have and bringing in certain performers and using it as a venue, then to them, it's worth it. It's worth it to sacrifice whatever percentage, and they probably have done this in their mind, right? Let's be honest. Every school, from school to team, whether that's pro team, whatever it is, there are levels to this, right? If Coach Merriam balls out at Sac State, there will be a price tag on him and he will move on. That's probably what's going to happen. If he turns this thing around, he will probably move on, right? There are certain, I used to do this being at Temple. What is the best case scenario for Temple, right? Being where they are, the situation they're in, what's the best situation? Normally, in my mind, I came up with Baylor. Baylor kind of just random. These schools, there's schools that have cities attached to them, schools that have states attached to them. There's private schools, and then there's just schools with random kind of names, right? I don't believe Baylor is private.
No, it is.
It is. Okay. So, but either way, Temple is not private, but it's these schools that they're kind of right there in the middle. I know Baylor has private money and has Texas money, but these schools that are just kind of existing, right? The Purdue's, these are the schools that I said, hey, in a perfect world, Temple could get to this. But even in those moments, those coaches are leaving to still go to the Texases and the Alabamas and things like that. That's what happens. So as far as Sac State is concerned, they can ball out, and they know every couple years there is going to be a reset. That's the reality. Even if they go FBS.
It's true, but I think the issue with the stadium is like if you're sacrificing the student experience to have events like Country in the Park, for example, which is currently held there.
Right.
If you're doing that, you've flipped from the messaging of what Dr. Wood and everyone else was saying at the beginning. We're going to do 25,000 seat on campus stadium that will get us to FBS, and we're going to be Division 1A football. Yeah. This is, and obviously the NCAA said no, but if you're now just trying to get a stadium built as quickly as you can on the cheap, just to have a 20,000 seat stadium.
Maybe priorities change. And I'm just saying it. The way I'm saying it is that maybe they feel like football has a cap, right? Even if they get to FBS, football has a cap. So because they know football has a cap, if Sac State wins the national championship within the next 4 or 5 years, cool.
Let's say makes the playoff.
Yes, makes the playoff in the next 4 or 5 years, cool. And even still, that would kind of be that, hey, every 20 years, Sac State could go on a crazy run, just like these other teams do.
Like Temple.
Yes, even still, they would, I feel, and that's what they're doing, sacrifice it because they know they have incoming revenue. I understand what you're saying. That's not what was sold to everyone to begin with. Maybe priorities changed because the school is the school. If the coach balls out and if Sac State balls out, he will get offered a bag that he cannot turn down. That's how this thing works.
Yeah, I get that. It just feels like another, and again, I'm not deep in the weeds like other people, so I'm not pretending like I'm the definitive expert on this, but between them, going after the Mikey Williams and the Jaden Rashadas and bringing in Mike Bibby and Shaq and all this crazy stuff that Sac State has done.
But that is raising their ceiling, but that is getting the most out of what their ceiling is, which still has a cap.
But it also feels like there's not much of a plan, which is where I'm like, between going after Michael Vick and hiring Mike Bibby and saying we're going to go to D1.
Davis.
Well,
so you're not objective in this.
Sure.
There's a little hint. There's a little hint there. Okay. I just remembered that as you were talking. When you said, I don't think there's a plan, I said, hold on. Oh, yeah, Kyle went to Davis, so he's stingers down.
Look, as someone who was part of the first class in 40 years at UC Davis that never beat Sac State in the entire time I was there.
You are not objective in this.
I just am struggling to understand it. I've tried to go through Jake Gaydon's and Jason Ross's and some of what Sean Cunningham has said on this, and I'm struggling to understand what the plan is.
Maybe they pivoted and they thought, hey, we're a hot name right now, and Coach Marion could leave in 3-4 years. And now we have this campus and people not even getting out of their bed. They were partying at Sigma Phi and they're not getting out of bed. I think I've convinced myself, Kyle, and I think I'd convince you too, but you're UC Davis, so you're Aggies down. On the other side, Kyle gives us that other trade and we discuss what could or couldn't happen while I am gone on paternity leave. Allen Stiles, Sac Sports.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Future Ford.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. It's finally Friday, stepping into a holiday weekend and feeling the sunshine and the heat today. Temperatures will peak in the mid to upper 90s with light southwesterly winds. Overnight lows will drop off to the upper 50s and low 60s first thing Saturday morning. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
It's the final days of Summer Closeout 25 at your Future Ford dealers. Get closeout pricing on F-150, Bronco, Explorer, Mach-E, and more. But don't wait. It all ends Monday at Future Ford Lincoln in the Roseville Auto Mall and Future Ford of Sacramento at I-80 in Madison.
When you bundle renters and auto with Progressive, you can save while protecting your most valuable possessions, like your really expensive limited edition sneakers and your new suit for your cousin's wedding. Except you never actually bought the suit because you can't stop buying sneakers. So you show up to the wedding looking like you're going grocery shopping. But hey, at least your sneakers will look good in the pictures until you're cropped out of every last one of them. So go ahead and get Progressive so you can save while protecting the things that matter to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Around here, the summer can smack you silly, especially if your AC is not functioning at a high level. Whitey Gleason here. I had the opposite problem over the winter. System went down. It was panic time, but Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating saved the day. Let them save you from unnecessary summer misery. Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating, reliable, trustworthy. They do great work. They won awards for their service. Check the reviews at leesair.com. Find out about their $99 HVAC tune-up service. Save your summer now. Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating on the web at leesair.com. License number 635355.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-406-1584. 800-406-1584. 800-406-1584.
Priority Tax Relief. This 49ers Red Zone Report is being brought to you by Mountain Mike's Pizza. Pizza the way it ought to be.
Uyunglele throws it and picked off at the 20, the 10, into the end zone. Touchdown, Curtis Robinson on the pick six, and the house call gives the Niners the lead. 2nd and 13. Rolling right, Carter Bradley looking to the end zone. Tariq Owens has a touchdown. Where's Joe Starkey? Owens.
Ready, set, win big. When the 49ers win, you score. With 49% off any large pizza, only at Mountain Mike's Pizza. Celebrate every game day with your favorites from our legendary crispy, curly pepperoni, bold sauced up wings, garlic butter drenched sides, and gooey sweet desserts, all hot, fresh, and built for a Niners victory. Download the Mountain Mike's app, join Mountain Rewards, and turn every Niners win into a pizza party. Let's go Niners. Mountain Mike's Pizza. Pizza the way it ought to be.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140
on Sacktown Sports.
30 more minutes with you from the 916. I have lived in Sacramento my whole life, and this is the first time that I'm even considering going to see Sac State basketball, and so are a lot of others I know. Yeah, it's awesome. It's awesome. I'm just saying there are waves, right? Sac State is making its way to be a mid-major, right? Because I don't even know if Sac State would be, I know normally it's just big schools and then mid-majors, right? Even if you are a small, there are different levels of mid-majors, but I don't know. In reality, it's big schools, mid-majors, and small schools. Sac State is somewhere in between, in my opinion, small school, mid-major. They're trying to make their way to the mid-major conversation. But even in the mid-major conversation, coaches will leave you. They will leave. And look, I talked about Kyle being UC Davis. Matt Rule, I saw him yesterday with his Patrick Mahomes clone. And they actually won. and Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce in the building because they were playing Cincinnati where the Kelce's went.
It was also in Kansas City. I think.
So Matt Rule, same thing. He had Temple top 25. I'm not leaving. He left for Baylor. Okay, leave for Baylor. Actually made it to the NFL, all the way to the NFL. That didn't work out, so he's back in Nebraska, which Nebraska just has random money. They're never actually good at anything, but they have a ton of money. So even in the best situations, these mid-majors, they leave, right? And I would say basketball is different than football. I think you can sustain, and the easiest answer here is, and you just have to really like it, but the easiest answer here is Mark Few, right? There are more. You got Mark Few, you got Jay Wright of Villanova. Basketball is different. And I don't know why it's different, but there are coaches that will stay one place forever. If we built this thing from the ground up, Mark Few could have left over and over again. Jay Wright could have left over and over again. Football, and I know there's a couple examples out there, but for the most part, they leave.
Which, to your point about Sac State basketball, which my critique is not about Sac State basketball. Mike Bibby seems like the type of hire that makes sense
and he
could
program. Stay. He's a name that could stay. He's got the connections. He could stay. But basketball is different to football.
But to your point about basketball and the mid-major conversation, Sac State could make the NCAA tournament next year in basketball. Yeah. But they've been in Division I this will be their 31st season. And in 30 years prior, they have had a winning record in conference play twice. Mm-hmm. So even though they are Division I, that basketball program has been struggling for years, which, by the way, hiring Mike Bibby and just getting Shaq's son in there so that Shaq can help the program, however, on a volunteer basis. Like, I'm not saying that's the worst idea in the world. With the football conversation specifically, it's like every other month there's a new angle that they're going for. It's like we're trying to get to Division I. Now we're not. We're building an on-campus stadium. Now we're building a stadium at the racetrack, and it's going to keep the stands, and it's going to be built in 10 months. There's just like every couple months, it feels like something sporadically changing in this effort to get into big money college football.
Right. And again, I am separating basketball because you never know what could happen in basketball. As far as football is concerned, most of the time they leave. So why they decided to go off campus, this is all just my opinion, is because we still want to make money if Coach Marion leaves. Because if things go right, Coach Marion might be saying, in 5 years, I'm getting cashed out. And if he gets cashed out, thank you for your time in Sacramento, Coach Marion. That's how this industry goes. But now we have this on-campus field while we're refiguring things out, and nobody's going to it because we're in the middle of trying to find our next Coach Marion. That's just the reality. That's why I'm saying building something off campus that you are going to make money off of during these waves is smart.
But I think it's different if you're FCS versus FBS, right? Because if you're an independent, or even if you get to the Mountain West, let's say they start independent and by the time 4 years they make it to the Mountain West. At that point, you're big money college football. And I know it's different now in the Power 4 era, but like you're part of big money college football and you're expected to at least put 20,000 people in the stands pretty much every year.
But that doesn't mean they won't. It doesn't mean they won't. 916-339-1140. Looks like we got some calls coming through. Kyle is going to check them out if you want to be a part of this Sacramento combo. Because maybe there's something, I don't think missing is the right word, whether there's something I'm missing or whether there's something Kyle's missing. It's just opinions. And I kind of talked myself into the idea that this is the right thing to do. But to Kyle's point, if it was all about digging in deeper to the football of it, now you're kind of reeling it back saying, well, yeah, it's all about football, but we want to make sure we're in a good we're in a good spot. But to me, that more so speaks to sometimes people say things and they have to walk them back a little bit, and they can always say, well, at that time, that's how we did feel when we got denied, right? What was that? A couple months ago, it kind of reminded us where we're at, and we decided to approach it in a different way.
But I guess my question then would be, and this is more not for you, but for the leadership at Sac State, is like, okay, so you're going to build a 20,000 seat football stadium in 10 months and use the racetrack stands that are already there so that you don't have to build from scratch.
Right.
Are you doing that because you have a vision, or so that it checks a box when you reapply for Division I status? That's kind of where I'm like, how are you going to build a stadium in 10 months? Why?
Visions change. And they're, I don't know, people don't necessarily like the saying with the two birds and the one stone, but you can do two things at once. You can put yourself in a position to have a nice venue, and you are checking a box. Whereas if you were to build it on campus, number one, it takes longer. And number two, you're not checking one of those boxes the same way.
Well, and you have to fund it yourself instead of this partnership with Cal Expo, where I'm guessing Cal Expo is fronting that's a good chunk of the cost.
That's huge, right? Money talks. Look, and this is why, Kyle Aggie, he's trying to play this thing down. You know what I mean? Trying to play this thing down. This is I think a great day. And I'm the on-campus guy. We had to drive. Temple didn't have anything on campus. We had to drive 30 minutes to our baseball field. It was terrible. It was awful. Okay, so I'm all about having things on campus. But in this specific situation, I understand why they may have decided to go in a different direction. The direction we're about to go in is Whitey Gleason joining us for the last segment of the show. Don't move. Allen Stiles, Sac State Sports.
This Labor Day sell-a-thon, your California Ford dealer proudly salutes you. From job sites to open roads, Ford trucks and SUVs move the people who move the nation. And for a limited time, get the biggest deals on an incredible selection. Like the built Ford Tough F-150 truck, part of Ford F-Series, America's best-selling trucks for 48 years and counting. Or the adventure-ready Ford Bronco and Bronco Sport, with GOAT modes to help you conquer the great outdoors. And check out the always electrifying Ford Mustang Mach-E, with 0 to 60 thrills and 0 emissions. To the ones who keep America moving, these deals are for you. It's the Ford Labor Day Sell-a-thon, and it's your chance to save. Whether it's gas, hybrid, or all-electric, now is the best time to get behind the wheel of your brand new Ford truck or SUV and drive it home today. So go to your California Ford dealer now, based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year total sales.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
Big year. I'm starting middle school.
Welcome to the jungle, Missy.
Best part? My parents promised me a new laptop.
Perfect for homework, essays, and drudgery.
So we went to Staples. They had all the latest tech, and laptops were up to 40% off.
Woo! Another back-to-school budget saved by Staples Easy Button.
Mom high-fived the cashier. So embarrassing.
Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app. It's 9/13. Select models only.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Hey, Sacramento homeowners, imagine the coolest, most comfortable summer in 30 years, leaving air conditioning giants drowning in overstock. That's your golden ticket to massive savings right now at Sierra Pacific. We've forged powerhouse partnerships with the world's top manufacturers. They trust us for flawless installations, unbeatable service, and our massive reach across Sacramento to move their inventory fast. In return, exclusive, jaw-dropping discounts just for you. Upgrade your home with premium systems at rock-bottom prices, installed by the region's elite craftsmen, and backed by ironclad warranties and legendary support. Plus, snag huge tax credits and SMUD rebates to slash costs even further. This inventory inventory clearing bonanza won't last. Seize it today. Call Sierra Pacific for your free in-home consultation and discover the perfect system for your ultimate comfort. Dial 916-638-0543 now or head to SierraPacificHome.com. Don't miss out. Your cooler, cozier home awaits.
Sierra Pacific Solar Heating and Air. The guys in the big red trucks.
Hey everybody, it's Kyle Draper from Mercedes-Benz of Stockton, and let me tell you about the manager-only offers they're running right now. They have low rates on new cars, certified pre-owned vehicles, and of course, their popular e-Sprinter vehicles. Take it from me. I'm driving an all-electric Mercedes-Benz SUV, and I love it. So head on down to Mercedes-Benz of Stockton right now or go online at mbofstockton.com because these rates won't last long. And while you're there, tell them Drape sent you.
High Voltage Live boxing action returns to the venue on September 6th as Uppercut Promotions presents Thunder Showdown with 6 big fights on the bill featuring local lightweight standout Kyle Lockenlally, who enters the ring undefeated. And don't miss a big heavyweight showdown with Chinese heavyweight Junglong Singh and Sacktown's own Vikas Diaw. Thunder Showdown coming September 6th to the venue at Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Tickets available at Ticketmaster. Fight card subject to change.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number biggest sale of the year. All beds on sale up to 50% off the limited edition smart bed. Plus free premium delivery with any smart bed and adjustable base. Ends Labor Day. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken.
Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more. I just took a COVID test. Ugh. Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with special guests Mitchell Tenpenny, Low Cash, Vincent Mason, and Avery Anna. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo with RVs of Sacramento and the Smud Museum of Science and Curiosity. Tickets at CITPFest.com.
The Labor Day Cellathon is on at Folsom Lake Ford. Right now, with your approved credit, get 0 down, 0% financing, and 2 years of complimentary maintenance on select new Fords. Hurry to Folsom Lake Ford or FolsomLakeFord.com. See dealer for details. Live and local.
It's Allen Stiles
on Sacktown Sports.
Whitey Gleason in here taking victory laps.
I have some for you, Alan. I have some
Okay.
for you too, Kyle.
Okay.
I heard you. I heard you talk about Olivier Maxence Prosper. So this is kind of a welcome to the club deal. There's a Olivier Maxence.
Wow.
Prosper, rookie card.
I can't wait until he's back on the Kings.
And I have one for you, but it's Kyle. It's Devin Carter, rookie card. So
No, I want Devin Carter.
well, it's Kyle's now. You have to work that out with him.
Let me see that one.
Do you know that there's a chance that the Mavericks are going to stretch Olivier Maxence Prosper, and it could happen this afternoon. So
Why? Because they couldn't find anyone?
yeah, they may stretch him because they haven't been able to trade him.
And they really want Dante Exum for some reason.
Also,
What does that even
Jaden
mean?
Hardy.
They're not making any money.
Yeah, but that way that they just spread it out a little bit. They couldn't.
I mean,
trade
he's
him,
he's 23. Really going back to G League?
Can I ask you to look something up for me real quick that I think you'll like
Sure.
looking up? Okay. Go to Basketball Reference and the 24-25 Sacramento Kings. You're on Basketball Reference all the time now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. And you go to schedule and results once you get in there.
Okay.
Yeah. Are you doing okay?
Yeah, hold on. Okay.
Riveting radio right now.
I've said this might take
Yeah,
a-
Whitey, this
yeah.
is not okay.
Go
okay.
to the games results February 10th against Dallas. Kings against Dallas, February 10th. And check that box score and Olivier Maxence Prosper.
Okay. February 10th.
Yeah, it was at Dallas.
Okay. Well, hold on.
This is your guy because you were all in on him today.
Feb.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I got it. Box score at
Check
Dallas.
that box and check Olivier Maxence Prosper in that game. How'd he do?
33 minutes. Okay. Whoa!
Yeah,
16
points against the Kings.
6 of 10 from the field.
Don't look at his plus minus, but otherwise he was pretty good.
Wow.
Kings killer.
Wow. This is what I'm talking about.
See, I know.
This is what I'm talking about. And I don't see Devin Carter on here.
Yeah, so something to keep an eye on, but it's possible that there are other teams that are also interested. I don't even know if the Kings are interested.
Prosper is just the kind of spark plug that Dallas needed. I bring a lot of energy, help teams defensively, guard multiple positions, stretch the floor, and knock down open shots. All right, Prosper. Said the first round rookie, I compete and leave everything on the floor. They're never going to question my effort out there.
I know you watched one of his highlight videos. Did you see him throw a pass to anyone? And I know typically.
No.
Yeah. I know on your highlight videos, it's the guy.
Yeah, nobody wants to see it.
I never even saw him.
Why are you looking for rebounds?
Well, he never even threw a pass to anyone.
No, he's got Kyle, give me the bag work. Because somebody on YouTube said Allen loves his bag work.
I don't need you to have the bag work.
But he's got it. Can you have bag work with no shot?
Of course. That's
you
like
can.
Can you though?
You can.
Go watch some European League basketball. There's a lot of that.
You can.
I guess that Kuminga it's kind of a Kuminga thing.
Kind of.
Also, that's like a lot of March Madness is guys with bag work and no shot.
Yeah, I heard you say it today, and I agree with you. You said Maxence Prosper, he's not as good of a shooter as Kuminga. And if Kuminga's a better shooter than you need to get in the gym.
No, you need. let me. I'll grab. I will. Max Prosper. I will grab your rebounds for you, Olivier Maxence.
For him?
I literally will.
Yeah,
we're gonna get you right because if you can get him in the building and he can shoot the corner 3 ball, that would unlock. Add him to the list of guys that will unlock the Kings lineup, Whitey. Unlock. Wow, I can't. Thank you, Whitey. Can I keep this?
Yes, it's yours.
Wow.
It's for you.
And I want this Devin Carter one.
Well, you have to work that out with Kyle.
Okay.
Maybe he'll let you have it.
Well, Allen, you were willing to trade Devin Carter for Olivier Maxence Prosper earlier. So now I ask you, are you willing to trade Olivier Maxence Prosper for Devin Carter? Or are you
I don't think I am.
That's why they call them trading
And this
cards.
one is like a hologram.
I don't think it is. It's
I just
shiny.
need you to throw in cash considerations.
It's chrome, but it's not a hologram, but it is shiny. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Olivier Maxence Prosper.
Yeah.
Now that's a name.
I have another one that's better. I was looking for. I couldn't find it. So anyway.
You have a lot of these cards?
Yeah, I do.
You're a card guy, huh?
Kind of. Yeah. Yeah.
Always been?
No, was, then wasn't. Then when the pandemic hit, like a million other people's like, what am I going to do here? Am I gonna, hey, cards. Hey.
Yeah. I bought Jordans.
Did you?
And now I am done.
You still.
Now you have 2 children.
Yeah. Now I don't have.
When did you buy them?
I bought them. Well, it started in 2020 and I went on I went on a stretch and then, the kiddo came and, we're good. I have enough.
Good.
When I first met him back in 2023, Whitey, he was on the sneaker app all the time, and I haven't heard him mention it in months.
Kyle!
Uh-oh.
Kyle!
What do we have?
When it breaks,
we have it first.
It's Sacktown Sports breaking news.
You're serious?
The Dallas Mavericks are waiving 2023 first-round pick Olivier Maxence Prosper via stretch provision. Sources tell ESPN. What does the last part mean? Is he free?
Yes.
He's free.
Yes.
He's free.
I told you this afternoon.
I'm coming home. Tell the world I'm coming home. Go get our guy. Now you don't even have to move on from Devin. Now I get both.
Yeah.
Now I get both cards. Give me Olivier Maxence. He's free, Whitey.
I know.
He's
It's
free.
a glorious day, maybe.
Bring him home.
The Kings have no interest in him whatsoever.
So
Bring him home.
Dallas will save about $2 million with this move by stretching his contract.
Free my guy. Okay?
He was my guy first, but okay.
Well,
he was Chris Watkins' guy before all of you.
Chris, how was that with Chris yesterday? You turned back the clock?
It was fun. And then we had things popping. We had the trade. That happened. We had Jerry Reynolds on. We had
Feast your eyes.
Yes.
Look at this. Oh.
And then we had maybe your personal friend, Dr. Luke Wood came on. So that was in the afternoon. That was great.
I thought we had a great conversation. Everything that I said about Sac State, look, whatever Kyle says, that's Kyle's opinion.
About?
Okay? Just want that to be very clear.
And anything Allen says is Allen's opinion.
That's right. I think the off-campus thing.
So Dr. Wood apparently was just monitoring your conversation that you just had. Is that
he was on? Yeah. He commented on Twitter to what Kyle said.
Awesome,
not me.
And I understand a little bit better. Not entirely, but I understand a little bit better what he's saying is that 2026 won't be the finished stadium. Right. It's just going to be
get in the door,
the bones of an operation. No idea how that helps or hurts their reapplication for Division I status.
Yes, very optimistic. That's what he told Chris and I. Very optimistic about moving into FBS.
Right, and all I have said is just from a mid-major perspective, there tends
to just dig your hole deeper.
No. From a mid-major perspective, there are always ebbs and flows because the big bad wolves of the what is it, Power 4 conferences now? Because it was Power 5 and now Pac-12 is gone. They got the bag. They got the super bags. They got the super bags. That's just what it is. So I'm excited. What a way to end the show. What a way to end the week.
What if this is how you say goodbye?
Yeah, who knows? We got to go to Scipolini's. I know no free promotion, but we're going to get the Prego pizza this weekend. Hopefully Did you miss that? There's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. Go check it out. We talked about it last week.
I hadn't heard it yet.
Yeah, so that we're either going today or tomorrow. So we'll let you know. If you don't hear from me, you'll know where I'm at. If you do,
are we dilated yet, Allen?
No.
Okay.
So that's what I'm saying. I'm probably going to be here
Tuesday. We're off on Monday.
I'm probably going to be here. Probably going to be here Wednesday. But if not, thank you so much for a great week, and we will talk to you at the end of September for Media Day. All right, Whitey Gleason, Kyle Draper, Jay Johnson, Drive Guys coming up next. Thank you to Kyle Ledbetter, as always. Thank to all the callers, texters, Sac chatters. It was a fun one until Tuesday. Secure the bag. Maybe. Light the beam. Light the beam.
Don't forget about my podcast.
Whitey Gleason is spot on. Spot on.
Don't forget my podcast.
Gotta go.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturer,